All right, welcome to the latest installment of live streaming until I gain 2 to the x channel members, which is a series where I increase the exponent. So today we're doing 2 to the 5 equals 32. So extrapolating from the last stream, this one would be on the order of around 11 hours long. So starting earlier today. And for the updates this week, there's no update on the next tenant board hearing, which is good because I guess the longer that goes, the more that's going to be pushed off into the future when they finally do schedule it. In the information before was it wouldn't be scheduled before March 31st, but also I think they have to actually schedule it. I think like 30 days in advance, so it'd be like into April at this point, where when that happens, we would argue the merits of the extensive renovations. And the other thing is on video production. This week I continued working on the script for one of my long form videos. I feel like I've been working on that forever now, but anyway, I'm grinding away at that. I set myself a goal this week of like I'll finish the script in 2 days, and then I definitely did not even come close, but we're getting there. And in terms of actually planning content, I hope to plan out more content, but unfortunately I just did not get around to it. So we'll do some talking with chat for a bit, and then assuming the stream goes really long, I'll maybe actually try to do some coding early on. And I have my fresh coffee here this morning. Killer Bean says, hello, Robert. How's it going? John O'Dowell says, hello, Robert. How's it going, John? Aspath says, hello, sir. Your video is very interesting. Thank you very much. Oh, and I got a super chat donation. Oh, wow. And that's must be US dollars, because in the chat review it already says 2028 Canadian. Man, our dollar is going down like crazy. And that's your first super on the live stream. Thank you very much. Hey, hope you're still rich. I was able to pay off my debt and fix my computer fans and stuff like that. So I'm in a much the future looks a bit better for the future now. Nice, Roger. Yeah, that's a great vibe setting donation to set the precedent for the rest of the stream. Yes, dental work is all done, and I got a head full of new teeth. I'm ready to crunch down on all kinds of hard candy. All right, I guess I'll open up the IntelliJ and browse over some code if I don't get distracted by too many chats. Mayor of Air Conditioning says, good luck, Robert. Thank you very much. I'll need it. My goals are my goal for this stream is starting to get ambitious. I guess the other update is I actually experimented with a mobile live stream this week. the I guess in the video I tested it with like a preamp, just plugging in a preamp to my phone outside to see if I could get like better quality audio. But in hindsight, I actually think because it was cold out, the batteries, that preamp for it takes batteries, but the batteries seem to just give out if it's even the slightest bit cold. So I'm gonna have to do that experiment again with a better USB battery. Can you please refer a book for beginners to get into cybersecurity? Honestly, books, like in this day and age, books are definitely not the first place I would think to go. I'm sure there are a lot of good books. There's tons of really great resources everywhere. But yeah, I would say the simple answer is I do not know, nor have I read a single book on cybersecurity. And if I did, it would probably be like an online version or something. But I think for a lot of the really stuff that's going to make you really proficient in cybersecurity is going to be actually practicing stuff, trying to do like exploits and stuff. And I think there's a few like I imagine there's a lot of them now, like pen testing, things to practice pen testing and stuff. Capture the flag. I guess you can Google capture the flag, and that's probably you'll find tons of resources of like online tools and things to test your knowledge. Not a cybersecurity book per se, but advanced penetration testing by Will Ellisop is a great resource. Cisco's beginner to cybersecurity course. Yeah, and personally, I would. Yeah, I think honestly the more challenging thing is, instead of finding a book, finding like the best book, or like whichever one is worth wasting your time on now. Because also we have like ChatGPT. People are using like ChatGPT to create books and auto-publish them on Amazon and stuff. And there's a lot of mediocre books, but if you're gonna waste your time actually reading one full book, might as well find a good one. And I don't know the best one, but I guess those two recommendations there are a decent place to start. How do you stay true to yourself? I guess that depends on what you mean by that question. What exactly does it? What's your definition of being true to yourself? What are you coding today? I guess I'll probably try and do some work on the block mining simulation game. I have to figure out my development. Yeah, if I'm going to code on stream, I got to figure out my development workflow a bit. I've never actually used IntelliJ before, so this will be new for me. There's so many good aspects of a user interface like this, but it's also just so you feel so clumsy as well. Oh, that's interesting. It like tracks usages and stuff. Yeah, that's a great feature. It's too bad it like you can't. There isn't like an embedded terminal version of this, like some way to integrate the way to like having the navigation and also the code window as well. Yeah, I probably won't end up doing much interesting stuff. I'll just be like discovering how to even use the IDE, because I generally don't. Did you grow up watching news radio? Sitcom? Never heard of that. Canadian show with Dave Foley? Never. Not even sure who that is. What did I grow up watching? I used to watch Discovery Channel. I guess depends on what age. I was young enough. I watched cartoons. I watched the Care Bears. That was a show for kids long ago. Let's see, Nickelodeon. That was the like cartoon channel. Johnny Test. Not familiar with that person either. Andy Dick and Joe Rogan. I've heard of Andy Dick. He's like some actor or something. Joe Rogan. I never watched Joe Rogan as a kid. I was not aware that Joe Rogan did anything years ago. I thought he just had like a podcast. It was like a sports announcer or something. Is it Stefan or Steven Root? Not sure who that is either. Stephen Root is better known as Milton from Office Space. Office Space, that's there's a movie called Office Space. There's also what was it? Oh no, it's called the Office. That's that series or whatever. Milton from the Office Space. Oh, is that the guy with the glasses and the cubicle? Yeah, the guy with the favorite stapler. Do you do some exercise or take a walk for these long time live stream missions? My battery would need to be off gas. Get too restless. This will probably be the longest one I've ever done. I think the last one was also the longest one I've ever done. That was like 5 hours. I don't know. I guess it was kind of just going on. It was a novel, interesting thing at the time, so that kept me going through it. But for this one, I think we'll probably, if it goes like 11 hours, then I'll probably have to do. In like one of the other previous ones, I like didn't move my arm very much for a little while, and I just didn't notice, and my arm started going to sleep when I finally finished the live stream. So I'll have to like take some breaks and do some sit-ups or something. early stream. Yeah, if this one goes the full length, I have to start early. Otherwise, I'll be up till 4 in the morning. Don't forget to drop a like. Thank you for the invitation. Good morning, Robert. I have a math exam today. A Saturday math exam. Oh, well, hopefully I can send some positive vibes to you. Do you have what kind of math exam? Calculus 2. So probably like limits and let's see, what would that be? I know we did limits, infinite series and stuff like that. Convergence. That was fun stuff. That was difficult. Going to mine blocks for 10 hours now. I'll try to change it up a little bit. I didn't plan any still haven't planned any super amazing, interesting content, but I'm maybe trying to actually do a little bit of useful work to make good use of the time. What do you consider useful? What are you working on in life these days? What do you consider useful? And that's a very broad question. So I'll answer the more specific one. What are you working on in life? I guess the Renoviction fiasco is kind of like died down, so I haven't. I still don't know when the next hearing date is, so I don't have to focus on that right now. Right now, I'm working on. I'm trying to finish the script for another long form video. So I think as of yesterday, I was like maybe 60% done or so. Yeah. So and once I finish that, there's a couple of concepts that are kind of long form concepts that'll maybe take a bit, and then probably by that point, I guess we'll be into like start of summer, and then I don't know if I'll by that point the next hearing might be scheduled, so then may have to think about that. But for today, anyway, I'm going to do a little bit of work on the block mining simulation game. I mean, it's in a good way, of course, but do you try to be funny, deadpan with your videos? Yeah, the humor aspect. People have said they like the humor aspect, so I try to lean into that. All right, Robert, must go. Thanks for stopping by. You're doing a great job at it. I guess at the deadpan. Yeah, as long as people like the videos. So I haven't been paying very close attention to the project, but it's interesting. Were those tiles from a font? I'll let you know how it went if you're still streaming. I guess I probably will be at that point. Tiles from a font. So the terminal-based game is I use emoji characters for the graphics. So I guess you could say it is from a font. What do you have no idea? What are you doing? I have no idea about coding software. I just like your vibe. Oh, that's thank you for the kind words. Right now I'm working on my block mining simulation game. So there's I have a feature to make it work in a mode with restricted graphics. So I'm just making a change now. So it'll draw more simple characters instead of emoji character, some Unicode characters, which don't work in like really old primitive consoles. Didn't realize those were standard emojis. I thought it might have been something custom. Yeah, in the future, I mean the idea is to kind of like just build the game out in a very simple graphics to start off with, and then eventually, replace them with something more interesting. Or at least design the game in a way so that, for example, so the entire UI could be swapped out instead of being the terminal. It could be actually something more sophisticated. All right, that looks like that worked. So now I can play this in, if I go to Right, that's better than it was. So I guess I still have, there's a few Unicode characters in this view, but it works. Is there a reason you made it, or do you just want to keep fresh on your knowledge skills? I guess I started working on this because I just thought it was an interesting idea, and over time I've thought this kind of makes sense as like the idea of making a game to make money is a kind of like an insanely overambitious idea and kind of not realistic. But in hindsight, after having done the consulting business for years, I actually think it's less insane than trying to bootstrap a consulting business from scratch. So that's why I'm pursuing this. And right now, the YouTube stuff is actually producing money. So I'm going to keep doing that. But that also affords me a bit of attention. I can actually direct some of the channel attention to something that I can actually market. So, we got another super chat here for $5 from Emmett Kaiser. Thank you very much. That's I didn't expect to get much in chat revenue for this stream, but I'm way above expectations. Thank you very much. Think streaming developer is a somewhat popular genre. Yeah, I think it's. I think it also has to do with the audience supply. So most developers are on their computers all the time, and like if there's anyone who's going to watch content on their computer all the time, who's going to be chronically online, it's like developers, because it is possible for a developer to just take 15 minutes off and look at social media and stuff, whereas like construction workers and stuff don't. It's not quite the same thing. Hey man, I got a question about developer proficiency. Go ahead. I'll try to answer it if I can. No sweat. Keep up the good work. Thank you for the contributions. Let's see. So there's a bunch of other usability issues I got here. True that. I do C# all day long. What is grass? 12-hour stream. Let's go. We'll see. It's always nice to if I can reach my goal in less than that, but we'll see. How many days are you prepared to keep live streaming to reach your current goal? That's a good question. My just a basic extrapolation from the last one would be this one would take around 11 hours or so. Although actually the concurrent viewers is lower for this one, so I guess maybe that means it's the morning. Probably as like the day goes on, more people will get online. But we'll see. I'll go until, and then, it's also I haven't thought like what do I do if there's a power outage, because there are like the power goes out in this building randomly. It'll go off for like 1 second and then. But I'm not sure I'm not sure. I think the stream might continue. Yeah, I guess I just don't have not had that experience yet. Tariffs, let's go. Yeah, there's lots of drama in the news about that. Hi, hope all's well, bro. What do you think of The Empire Strikes Back? Is that an episode of Star Wars? I've never been too into the Star Wars franchise. Honestly, I actually don't watch movies, to be perfectly honest. We make an ASCII art. This is the ASCII art representation of the more restricted graphics version of the game, so you can run it on like a pure console. Oh god, do you have power outages like that and work on code from home? Don't use a UPS. I looked into using a UPS, and then the conclusion I came to is that like to have a good UPS, you need to spend like many thousands of dollars and need like an industrial scale one. I was reading that like some of those simple like home UPSs and stuff, like if you're super intense about like power failover and stuff like that, like a cheap UPS will probably have like a modified sine wave, which will not necessarily, it's not necessarily good for your computer. I think like if you have a desktop computer with a really good quality power supply in it, I think it can probably handle the input from like a really dirty bad sine wave. But I've also read that not only is the shape of the sine wave, but you also need to match the phase. So it's like it's a very difficult power engineering problem to do like super automatic seamless failover. And then I read in some places that a UPS can actually damage your computer. So I was like, you know what, I'll just not bother. Usually any power outage that's here, it doesn't go off and stay off. It just like goes off for a minute. We haven't had any power outages in the last like couple of months, I don't think. How much of being a proficient developer is simply hours in building and combining past experiences, building strong recall, acute awareness of computer interactions on a low level. I would say that both of those are related. Like the more hours you will put in, the more of a sense of awareness you develop over time. I think when you're a student, spending like staying up all night, pulling an all-nighter to figure something out, and then only to realize that the problem was just something simple, or having those kind of long drawn-out periods of debugging followed by the eureka moment of figuring out what the problem was. That's I think whenever you have those, that's those are kind of those really formative. If the times when I really felt like I was leveling up was when I worked on something for like really intensely, feel almost defeated, and then I go to sleep and I go to bed and I can I close my eyes and I can see the code and I can see whatever I was staring at because it's burned into my mind, and then you sleep that off and then wake up rested, and then now the information's integrated into your brain. I've heard that before, but that people don't watch movies. Not a favorite or anything. I guess I have a list of movies that I feel like I should watch because they're culturally relevant. There's lots of things that I would like to do, but I kind of I feel in another life I feel like I could have been a movie collector, someone who just binge watched movies all the time. But watching movies doesn't make money, and it doesn't get me what I need. If you need DirectX for your game, you failed. Yeah, this game only needs terminal graphics. All right, let's do yeah, so that one has an issue with goes off the side. So I have a 4U battery backup that lasts about 4 hours. That bring on, it was 1,250 USD. Yeah, the battery capacity is my understanding is it's not the most important thing. It's I guess if you have like sensitive electronics on it, computers and stuff, you want to have something that can do pure sine wave. You know, I've seen in Googling for it, I've seen someone do some experiments where they would actually test the failover, and in an actual, from the power grid, you're getting a normal sine wave going up and down, but then at the moment of failover, when the UPS kicks in, you might even get a pure sine wave, but then it can just jump up and have a gap, so that there's like a phase shift and then a huge jump, which I assume is probably like that. When that goes into your computer, it's going to send a whole bunch of like harmonics, and just for a split second the voltages are going to be messed up. And I think if your power supply has beefy capacitors and good like filtering, noise filtering and stuff like that, I don't think that'll be a problem. But if you have probably like a laptop or something that doesn't have as much beefy power filtering, then it might be a bigger of a problem, and then some of those transients could get into your computer, maybe blow a fuse or something, or I'm not sure what kind of unpredictable consequences you could have. What's Canada like these days? I think the reality on the ground here in Canada is very different. Like everywhere, Canada's been a very Canada's a huge country. People always underestimate that. But the immigration in the last few years has very much changed the demographics. But then, like, we had a huge immigration, and then they said they're gonna turn immigration off. So I don't know if some of those people, some of those students have gone back, but honestly, I think like I actually don't even know. I think you'd have to just go to a specific place and then just talk to people. I actually go on YouTube and just watch like street interviews people do in Ottawa or Brampton or whatever to figure out like Alberta, what's going on in Alberta. Like I think Alberta in the last day or so they were talking about like separating from the U.S. Separating from Canada and joining the U.S. or something like. So things are there's some dramatic differences, regional differences, different places here, and of course Quebec is always the odd place out. Yep, sleep is very important for learning. But I think in addition to that, also like going through those kind of intense, stressful times followed by adequate rest really kind of burns the ideas into your mind. I watched movies in early 2000s when I could download everything easily. I've seen nearly all IMDb top 500. Wow, yeah, I mean, there's a few like famous movies. I think like Fight Club and stuff. I've seen those ones. There's there's a long list of ones that I should watch to be culturally up to date. But then again, like if I took the time to watch them, would it really help me with what I want to accomplish in life? Probably not. To agree the rationale behind the retention of evictions by policymakers is a deliberate safeguard to prevent buildings from falling into arrears. when rising costs outpay rent increases. The rationale behind the retention. I guess like why they don't do something about the rent evictions. I mean, ultimately the economy has to be economically sustainable, but like even it for this building here, like the building is already built. This I personally do not it does not cost $1,100 a month to maintain my apartment, and if you take everyone in this building, there's enough cash flow that should be able to cover. Like certainly there's going to be it's going to be less profitable for older buildings, but I mean that's fine. They're not the purpose of them to exist is not to make the absolute maximum amount of profit, because you could go the other way. You could say like, well, if the goal of these buildings is to make the maximum profit, then you could just rent evict everyone. You could have a law that says rent evictions are mandatory, or like every few years, you can just kick everyone out. Pure sine wave is better for power supply. Capacitors, filter that out. Yeah, it's a power engineering problem, which is kind of outside my scope. Laptops tend to have better filtering because they get unplugged. Yeah, I cannot confirm or deny that. I would assume that like there's a switch mode, like a physically larger power supply would have better power filtering, just because if you want to filter a large signal, like if you want to, you need physical space for the capacitors and stuff, and to filter a larger transient, you need a larger capacitor, and there's not really a lot of room in a laptop for those. Do you have illegal immigrants like we have in California? I have no idea, because I don't even know how our immigration laws work. Like we have, I mean, there's students, and there's like temporary foreign workers, and then there's asylum seekers, and like I don't even know. They change our immigration laws enough so that I just don't know. I don't know what's going on. Just rewrite Canada in memory safe Rust. Yeah, that's a solution. Fight Club is all you need. You don't need a TV to watch movies these days. Just download ad blocker. You can watch anything online. Yeah, that's I think I had watched like one movie on one of those sites, although they have like you said, all those sketchy ads. YouTube just gave me an ad for a yacht. Sorry, Robert. Gonna have to cancel my membership to save up. But the good news is you'll be able to afford a yacht with that, though. Maybe American Psycho. Yeah, I think that's the one with all the memes are of the what's his face, Patrick Bateman. Yeah, I've never seen the movie. I've seen a lot of those memes and clips, though. Your popular video on being broken opened up a lot of thoughts for me to contemplate on my IT career. Would love some videos on software engineering career. Yeah, I am. I'm currently working on some another longer form video. I worked on that this week, but still not done the script on that. All my movies were watched on a CRT from a hard drive, from a dual Pentium 2 processor, served a motherboard that came from web hosting companies that failed. All right. I've been here 2 years. I think the owner has spent as much as a single month's rent managing this place. Property taxes are low here too. Talk about a cushy revenue source. Yeah, I mean that's like for the investor, for the investor or person who wants, like, of course people just want to buy something that just prints money for them, where they don't have to do anything, because then they can just take that cash flow and put that into other buildings and buy everything. But the goal of capitalism is to maximally allocate capital, but that goes for everyone. If the people living in the building can't also participate in capitalism and maximize their own capital allocation, then they're not going to achieve growth, and nobody's going to be able to start a business. Nobody's going to have wage increases. Lawmakers should prioritize keeping people housed. Yeah, there's a lot to say on like policy decisions, but I don't know. I was reading in the news that they were celebrating. They actually they had some legal fight to cancel. They wanted to build a condo somewhere here in Kitchener, and they were able to cancel it. And they were celebrating how they. And of course, on the Reddit discussion was like, oh, this building new housing doesn't lower housing costs, and it's it almost feels like a hopeless battle at this point. I don't like sketchy streaming sites, because I used to do pen testing and understand all the network and browser exploits they hit you with. Yeah, there's and the worst part is there's all these new things. Like I used to be pretty up to date on browser security, like cross-site scripting and all that, cross-site request forgeries, and but recently, and like it used to be, I think, JSON-P, that was the thing they would use for like cross-domain sharing of like JavaScript and stuff. But I think JSON-P, that pattern doesn't even work anymore. And all the kinds of nuances of like CM origin policy and adding ports and protocols, and I'm really out of date on that. And we also have like I think it's WebRTC. That was something that I just have never dug into very much. There's a ton of stuff that's a ton of new. There's constantly crap being added to the browser that you have to be mindful of, and I just can't keep track of it all. What's going on? Hacking? I was working on my block mining simulation game, but I got kind of distracted here. Just doing a diff. Let's see. Let's remove that. I've lived out of my car for nearly 10 years now. Wow. Housing is a scam. Yeah, it kind of is. It's interesting to see how many. It's an interesting statement about the times that we live in. How many people there are you see on YouTube making their new living is like make YouTube videos in their car. There's actually there's a a thing in Toronto called like tiny houses, and it's this guy who makes these like I think they're classified as like a bicycle, but it's like a giant like thing, or not even really giant. It's maybe like 6 feet wide long or something. It's enough to live in, and that you can like haul around the back of a bicycle. And it made me think like, and basically this is just it's a portable thing, so you can like park somewhere, stay the night, and then you if someone tells you to move, you can just like bicycle away. So it's made me think like in the future we may have like people may just live in autonomous cars. Like imagine if you could just have a like a car that has just like a livable space in it, and you can put like, you pay a subscription to just like live in this car, but it's a pretty nice, it's a car that just drives itself, but it's designed to be a livable space. That'd be better than commuting. Step 1, steal money. Step 2, pay a lawyer to make company and buy property. Step 3, profit. Yeah, that's the strategy for real estate. Anybody tell me what's going on? Okay, I guess. Okay, now I know something related to hacking is going on. Oh, you make games in Unity, Unreal, or Game Engine, other programming part? No, this is purely from scratch. Yeah, it's just a kind of simple minimalist game idea that runs purely in the terminal. Hey, I'm also here from your being broke as a software dev. I'm still doing college, ending the first year. Should I drop out and do something else? I have 2 good career ideas. That's a good question, but it's at the same time I don't feel giving someone advice on such a major life decision is it's too much responsibility. I would say instead of I'll push back the actual decision to you, but I'll say like the important things to focus on are like I don't know where you live, but if you like how much are rents where you are, probably like I think the biggest thing to focus on is like what is your housing situation like? Are you able to live with parents? Do you have a mortgage or something, or I guess it also depends on the college itself. So does your college have a good co-op program? Do you have good prospects? Like, is your college do they have a good process for getting people who go to school there into relevant jobs in their field? And I think if they do, if the career prospects that come from the college are very good. Like, so I went to University of Waterloo. We had a really great co-op program. I was like kind of famous for it. So in that case, I would say it's probably not a bad idea to stay. If it's one of these places where like most people graduate and then they get a job in something totally irrelevant because the school doesn't help them at all, then then maybe it would make sense. And also, it says you have I have 2 good career ideas. It depends how good they are. I make $105K a year for a tech company. Wow. And still couldn't afford housing. Yeah. XSS, cross-site scripting, still huge on all these PHP bulletin board forum sites. From 90% of the owners of these forums don't have a clue. Yeah. SQL injection are best methods that always work for me. Bobby drop tables. Adrian ABG, I plan on doing the same with commercial size vehicle. It looks discreet enough that nobody knows. Yeah, I mean, these are the end times. We're all gonna have to live in vehicles now. I'm building out a 12-foot long box truck now. Right now I'm in a car, but really want a kitchen. Yeah, I mean, there's a thriving community on YouTube for like the how to build all this stuff. Make a Dreamcast game. KDS is cool. I've made many games in Unity Engine, and I know how hard Unity game making is. It's only from scratch, so it's more difficult. Yeah, I think it's the lifetime longevity of it is. I would say technically, like, personally, I have not used Unity, but from what I see of Unity, for the most part, it seems to be, I would consider like a game front end. So it's the possibility. It's not impossible that I could get the game a bit more developed, and then unique. There could be like a super advanced, amazing, polished graphics Unity front end for the exact same like internal game engine. The entire Dreamcast console is reverse engineered. What institute have you graduated from? I went to the University of Waterloo and studied software engineering. Slovenia alt account 2 says hi. Did you socialize with anyone after your uploaded video on the University of Waterloo? Yeah, I went to the location. I wasn't sure if anyone would show up. There were 20 people that showed up, and we went to the plaza. I think the original idea proposed was go to the plaza and eat food there, but there's quite a few people, so instead we went there, split up into groups, got some food, and then came back to the math C&D and chatted about various stuff, but programming and some philosophy and rings and fields and stuff like that. Everyone makes van life videos, but only a few of them talk about what bottles to be in. First time being here, can you explain a bit? I guess this here is a game that I've been working on. Let me just pull up the game. So this is a terminal-based block mining simulation game. It's a game where it's an infinite procedurally generated world where you move around and mine blocks once it loads. So you press the M key to mine blocks, and so that's what I'm working on right now. Just and I'm trying to go between trying to do a little bit of work on the game and also read the chat. So, but I keep getting distracted. Are you French? I'm not French at all. Thanks, help. I'm going back to my website project. GL with Livestream. No worries. He's making a game with terminal and Ubuntu from scratch. I'm at work in my rent-controlled apartment. I got 8 minutes left on my break. What is up? So today I'm working on just doing a little bit of development work on the block mining simulation game, which is a terminal-based game where you mine blocks. And also doing that and going back from that and also reading the chat. The terminal game is based. Indeed, it is. Decent. I have a terminal program too. It's a study tool to keep up the good work. All right. One of the things I was going to do was some of the stuff is printing off the side of the screen. Let me think. Sorry for my curses. I've been programming in curses from my Python tool. Yeah, curses. I haven't used curses in this project yet. Although I may at some point. I had to write a J and I interface so I can call into C functions. Make a Dreamcast port. People actually buy DC games. Dreamcast, wasn't that was like a really old, that's from like early 2000s console. Like terminal games for when I'm updating with aptitude. I need to kill time. Now, I haven't worked on this in a while, so I can't remember. To do this is not thread safe. Yeah, that was related to some of this, these thread issues. These are kind of on the to-do list next. They're not. I'm not really going to be able to fix those on stream. It's going to require, sit down and really focus. Concurrency issues are, you have to like sit down and think about it for 3 hours. Robert, here, what is your opinion on Elon Musk? Is he a savior or a false prophet? Honestly, I don't think he's either of those things. It's almost it's kind of amused me how people have developed such like polarized opinions on him. Like everyone, nobody knew who he was, and then he's like a hero. Everyone likes him because he's like, doing like EVs and saving the planet. And now everyone says he's like, everything he does is a fraud. But like, I mean, he did actually launch all those rockets. I don't know. I hope things work out for the best in the future. No, you must choose one side of the coin. You can't have an unbiased opinion. I mean, if you, honestly, I don't. I would say I before Elon Musk was even known, I followed like what he was working on way back then a lot. But then, in the past. I'd say in the past few years, I barely like follow what Elon Musk is doing at all. I just know he's still constantly launching rockets and stuff, and he's like constantly tweeting on Twitter. Like, it almost makes me think it's like there's like someone who's just paid to like tweet constantly on his behalf or something. But I guess he did buy Twitter, so it would make sense that he would be on there all the time. But I don't keep up with like Elon Musk Twitter drama. It's too much work. Spoken like a true politician. Yeah, maybe I'll have to go into politics someday, and then I'll be tweeting things to make people outraged. He's trying to create controversy to drive traffic jacks. That's all there is to Elon. Yeah, it wasn't until I started doing like more like media stuff and writing that I realized like if you want to get traffic on something, you basically like have to pick something that's controversial. Because if you pick an idea that's like that everyone agrees, even if it's a good idea that everyone agrees with, people will just be like, oh, of course. So you kind of have to like manufacture a controversy out of things that are not controversial. Let's see, I'm trying to figure out. I have some code here to print stuff on the screen, but it's been a while since I looked at all this code, so I forget how anything works. Need controversy. It's the year of the Linux desktop. That's not controversial. It's a fact. Why is it illegal to start a bank? I think it's you just got to know the right people. You got to. It's just restricted to a certain set of people in the in crowd. So you just have to network your way into that group of people. I always like to say when writing code, the person you were 6 months ago is a completely different person. You have no idea what they were thinking, why they wrote this. Yeah, honestly, it's I find I'll go back and like look at the code that I wrote. I'll be like, why did I write it this way? Like this is overcomplicated, and then I'll try to simplify it and be like, oh yeah, now I remember why I didn't simplify this, and I had to complicate it. Peter Schiff trying to start a bank so you get the benefit of the gold price, but they dragged him through the mud for that. Yeah, I don't know too much about starting banks. What would be the system requirement for this game to run? Right now, it actually does quite use, I think, a decent amount of memory. It's not really super like finished, so it's like technically you could just make the viewable area smaller, and like you could reduce the requirements. But anything with the just having like a terminal and a keyboard is, I guess, the minimum requirement. Although Honestly, I haven't tested the minimum requirements, but this computer is fairly old, and it still runs it. But it's actually quite slow. So on that one, it's very intensive. It writes to the disk a lot, which is kind of problematic. What would be the Java unsubbing? Wow, hardworking coder. You bet. See, there's different ways I could fix that issue I was thinking about. So to make the help menu stop overflowing, I think I need to, there's like a with. I think this is one of those things that, like, when I was working on this a few months ago, I knew exactly, I probably like could have fixed this in 1 minute, and now I'm gonna have to like go back and think about how it's built and everything. Let's see, I'm looking for the place where I specify how wide the printable area is. The process of making text wrapping is a lot of work. There's lots of levels of wrapping, and then it almost becomes like you almost end up reinventing like CSS rules and stuff. Sounds like Minecraft in the terminal. Yeah, I would almost like to think of it as like a generalization of Minecraft or something. So we're no longer a 37-year-old broke loser. Was the video just clickbait, or was it self-resolving prophecy? But when I made it, I was like, I hope it's going to at least boost my monthly revenue a bit. So it definitely did boost my revenue. So the credit card debt is all paid off, and the monthly revenue is up pretty substantially for this month. I think it's probably going to be like 3,000 or something for this month. So it's down. I need to get more videos out. I keep talking about making more videos, but I gotta actually get them out more. But now I'm streaming, so I'm not making more videos. So I don't remember how this works, but my guess is probably in one of these functions. Maybe in this function. Can't wait for the next arc of your videos. 37-year-old developer 10x transforming yourself with coding agents. Yeah, I haven't really gotten into AI programming yet. That was my reasoning for kind of trying out the IntelliJ IDE, but I need to get a bit more proficient at having my workflow. The other issue is so this is a local version of the repo, but I'm actually developing on a different computer because this computer is slow. But I'm so used to coding in Vim that it's just too awkward to use the IDE. Should dump it into a large language model to clean it up, make notes for you. Yeah, I haven't. I think the coding agents stuff has been it's just on the cusp of like getting good enough to actually be useful. Like I've tried some of that stuff in the past, and it's just not been good enough, and I've ignored it. But it keeps getting better and better in the background. Don't know anything about coding, but this made me want to start learning. That's good. I'm recruiting people into the profession. Although I guess it's this is not necessarily the best time to be graduating as a developer. I guess if you're starting out in school, though, the economy might be recovered by the time you actually graduate. Oh yeah, remember having to do this. Oh yeah, variation selectors. So many weird things in Unicode that you like discover when you're trying to do anything with it. Have you heard about vibe coding? I have not. Every startup is vibe driven. I guess money is also important. Saw an interesting Y Combinator debate yesterday on their YT channel about vibe coding. Pretty sure my vibe on coding is spite. Spite coding. I guess that would be good for hacking programs, writing like crackers and stuff. Prime loves the vibe. Yeah, that guy is the Primigian. He's a machine. When I watch his any of his streams, like he is truly talented to be able to like talk that intensely about code for so many hours a day. Like this stream will probably be, well, I actually, you know what, we're I still have 0 channel members, so this is going to take quite a while if I'm going to be if I'm going to reach my goal. So although I guess strangely that I got chat revenue as opposed to I have way more chat revenue than I expected, but 0 members. But I may end up doing a long stream today, and the big streamers do like 10-hour marathon live streams every single day, which is I mean they're definitely ahead of the curve on that. I'm a front-end developer who is now tipping its toes into Postgres, and I find it quite helpful. Had a couple of interesting talks with CS graduated people yesterday. They are okay to see. Front-end developers getting better at back-end. There's a way to understand more complex stuff. They say it's okay if you are learning about the way, while Y Combinator folks say it's worrisome for the generation of coders that never coded in the traditional way. Yeah, I think the future of coding, I almost kind of wonder if it's the advent of AI. I think one of the biggest effects is it's changing the interface for interaction with computers, and there's a massive generation now of young people, like people graduating high school now, have like less computer literacy, and they like don't know how to use a keyboard and stuff. So I wouldn't be surprised if they completely, like, because learning how to type is a lot of work, and I kind of feel like the younger generation might just skip that entirely in favor of like just like yelling at ChatGPT, saying like ask ChatGPT to write the code, and that's the only way they're going to interact with it. And of course, if you grow up that way, then you'll probably become very, very proficient at it. And some of the, like the best ones, you know, if it's just mathematically more efficient to tell ChatGPT to like code to like move this here, change that around, then that might become the new way to code. I wouldn't be surprised. If I had money, I'd join. No worries. It's not the. I think the channel memberships or donations should only be for the rich people with tech salaries from Silicon Valley. Becoming a member is just $1 a month. Yes, that's true. I'm teaching my brother using C. I'm definitely in the camp that the fundamentals are important. Yeah, there's too many fundamentals now, though. There's so many things to learn. New CS grads don't know what a bootloader is. Yeah, I mean, the issue is there's just too much stuff to learn. Oh, nice. We can welcome our first member to the student tier. Welcome to Shane Smith. So we're now 1 of 32 toward our goal. Now let's see if I can figure out what I was trying to do. I think the issue was line length. That's what I want. Maybe what I'll do is I'll have like an inner. What I'm trying to fix is there's some text that like overwrites part of the edge of the frames. So each of those little like each of the frames in the UI, this is a separate thread that's responsible for drawing it. So each frame is actually responsible for drawing its own borders. And so they can control whether they write over their borders. But I'm trying to fix an issue with where the piece of text will like wrap over the frame. Let's see. Okay, that might do it. And this will have to... And the justifying... I guess that might end up you'll have to make sure this doesn't have race conditions. Okay. Let's see what this does. Watching paint dry. It's only you. I guess that's appropriate given their username. How does this motivate anyone to become a member? You know what? Honestly, the criticism of watching paint dry. I personally don't watch live streams myself. But I guess people like the vibe, as people were discussing earlier. It's the people looking for the vibe. I guess if you're just interested, if you're like curious about coding, it can be educational just to stop by and just click on the stream randomly and see like what are people doing, and then if it's boring you can leave, but if it's interesting you can stay. So that's the general appeal of it. Live streaming in general of at least coding. This is how normal coding is, to be honest. Yeah, I guess if this does not excite you, then you won't like coding. Is that JavaScript? No, it's Java. The drama is whether or not the guy is going to fix the bug or not. Feel the suspense. Turns out Robert was a trillionaire all along. Yep. I was just pretending to be broke. Okay, what was that problem? See, this is the part of the terminal-based development that is does not work for me. But I really like the terminal navigation. Now this is the part where my terminal development is totally inefficient. I have to I fix one thing and then I don't get the immediate feedback on does this trigger some new error? PyRigin doesn't actually code. Artist live streams mostly reacting to other stuff like videos, articles. Yeah, I guess. Yeah, I guess that's right. That would be a little bit easier. But even so, just kind of free associating for 10 hours a day about code. Okay, let's see if that worked. So here's our menu. Let's go down and around the empty block type. Oh, actually it was in the other mode. Let me see. So as in this view, there was it was going over, it was printing over the border. Oh, still doing that. Look at that. I think that might be when the token is it's too long. So I think it's now does it do that for the inventory too? Yeah, because I also have to think about that for the vertical direction. Don't follow him religiously, but I'm sure I've seen Prime do coding streams before. Yeah, I mean he speaks about code to the extent that I'm sure he must necessarily actually write a substantial amount of software, or at least he did. Recently found a SQL injection in my bank's website. Ouch. That's not good. Is it just put in a single quote and then it crashes? Is the game source code available on GitHub or somewhere else? Yes, there is a link in the description. Time to increase your bank balance. Named a credit card. Bombi drop tables as a meme. Yeah, the my bank website. When I log into it and try to update some of my profile settings, I've been trying to change profile settings for quite a while, and it just says internal server error. I can't actually go in to do anything. It's pretty annoying. So I'm gonna have to do a chat request with them to tell them please fix your website so I can update my profile info. Can you demonstrate the difference in Canadian accents, or at least the two most different? Not really. Personally, I say that in my mind I don't have any accent, but people say that I have a very Canadian accent, so I'm not even really aware of it. I watch a lot of the media I watch is U.S., so I'm kind of desensitized to the difference. Ellie says, hi from Brazil. How's it going? I bet it's warmer there than it is here. My insurance website is like that. I can't update my credit card. IG, they don't want my money. Yeah, it's very frustrating. And I was also trying to file some tax stuff I was trying to file my T4s, and the government's, like the tax authority's website was just broken. And I try to like click submit, and then there was this forum online where people like, oh yeah, you have to like, if you submit a different number, like if you basically just like lie on your taxes, if you submit the wrong number, it will allow you to submit it. It was about like, if you have to say like how many deductions. So if you write in the correct amount of deductions that you've actually put in for your T4, it would not let you submit. So you had to submit something that suggested you owed money, which is not true. I have a Canadian accent and mannerisms apparently, but you're not in Canada. At least not that I know of. You have a very Canadian accent, mostly on vowels. Like when you say et instead of it, at, it. What's the fan situation? Fans have been all upgraded as much as they're going to get upgraded. For my main laptop, it took like 45 days for the first replacement fan to get here, and then after that, I ordered a second one that I thought, when that one arrived, it was supposed to be a new fan, but it's actually a used fan, but I stuck it in anyway because it was better than a totally failed previous fan. This fan, the fan that's in there right now, it's it almost seems like the fan spins more than it's spun before, and I can tell this fan is also failing, but it's not as failed. And then, so I ordered a second replacement that was also supposed to be new. And and then they waited 10 days, and then they canceled that order. And then it's ordered. I submitted. This is the fourth order for a fan that was supposed to be new. It got here, and the fan was it was actually a used fan, obviously. So I kept it, and I'll use it, I guess, as a backup when this second fan has failed. But I think long term, the solution is just going to be to get a new laptop, because this that ThinkPad is one of the worst laptops I've ever had. And ironically, my old what is it, like, it's almost 8 years old. My old gaming laptop from 8 years ago, that computer is faster than my like $2,000 ThinkPad from, it's only like 3 years old. Glad to see government websites are broken. It's true in other parts of the world as well. Yeah, I also just watched a kind of disturbing documentary too last night about, like, apparently the CRA is always getting like hacked and stuff, and there's all these like fraudsters what they'll do is they'll hack people's accounts, and then they'll file like an income tax refund, and saying like that they're owed by the government, $30,000 or something as a tax refund, and then so the fraudsters get it, and they they're able to open up all these fake bank accounts and stuff like that to get the money, and then so the money goes to the fraudsters, and random people like are on the hook for this, and then the CRA will come after the people for the money. So like people are just minding their own business, and suddenly they get a thing from the CRA says like so not only do they lose the tax refund they were already going to get, but now they have to pay back the CRA. The fan situation. Robert now has a private only fans page. Yeah, that would be amusing. Set up an OnlyFans with pictures of all my computer fans. I wouldn't. That stuff is almost not even worth joking about, because I'm sure there was a bunch of people who would like. The internet's a weird place, so there'd probably be people who would go there and expecting something different. My state's website is broken. It says your new password must be at least longer than 8 characters. But if you put a longer password, it rejects your password. Somehow they were doing equals equals. Check out the HP ZBooks. I went from ThinkPads to ZBooks for workstation laptops. Last HP lasted from 2008 to 2025, and only replaced it with another ZBook because I wanted faster. Yeah, I've heard that I've heard before that ThinkPads are the reason I bought one because they had a good reputation, but the one that I got is not good. That is evil, the CRA scam. Yeah. And the government is not, it's kind of just apathetic on it. And there's the whole documentary was about like how the government is just like not, they tried to ask all these people for accountability and they're just like, oh, well, we won't do an interview and don't worry, we're working on it. And all these people are like getting bills and like this one guy was losing his house and stuff and no one reaches out to him, no one contacts him. It's rough if it happens to you. Whenever I touch my laptop the wrong way, the graphics go out. The system CPU halts. That's not good. This must be a short somewhere. Oh yeah, I guess this is the problem here. I think the motherboard is cracked because the case is made of cheap plastic. Nothing quite like purchasing an expensive gaming laptop only for it to fail in 2 years. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm afraid of. I like to invest in. I already have so many computers, but I'm still in need of like this computer that I'm using just like for the actual that I'm like interacting with right now. It's pretty old, and like the resolution on the text is not even that great. guess I'll have to moderate that. I bought a budget gaming laptop and it turned out to be super useful when I got a 3D scanner. Interesting. I purchased an e-waste former gaming laptop off eBay. Plan to turn it into a power efficient server for my mobile operations center. Broken screen, hinges, cable, no power adapter, but 7-year-old model. Mid-range unit. Yeah, eBay is a pretty good source for budget stuff. My 1660 Ti mobile is better than my desktop. Yeah, mobile computing's getting pretty impressive now. Maybe they were just working on calling you sexy and work on receiving compliments. I appreciate the compliment, but gotta keep people under control, otherwise the channel will get crazy. What ThinkPad model did you get that had the problems? It was a P15V Gen 1, I think. It has a whole bunch of different problems. It has I got like silently corrupted data with the SD card. I was like actually one of my videos. It was the one on printers in Linux. There's a scene where the video kind of gets distorted, and it's because the original files I have got corrupted when I copied over the video, and it took me a long time to debug that. I actually thought it was the SD card that was failing, so I bought a new expensive SD card and stuff. Yeah, SD cards are terrible for storage of data. I actually, so I bought a brand new, like a super expensive SD card because I thought, of course, SD cards it's a crappy SD card. And then that one still had the exact same problem. And I repeated the process a few times and, debugged everything. And I found it was actually the SD card slot itself. Did you use your favorite? I did actually use the sync command quite a bit. And I found it was, it was something to do with, it might have even been like some kind of Linux issue with cached writes or something. But anyways, it was related to using that SD card, and also every time I boot up the computer, it says like bottom cover tamper protection error. Press escape, and it also, when it does that, if I don't have the headphones in, it makes this super loud beeping, And as far as I can tell, there's no way to turn that off. P15V is really nice specs, way too expensive for me. It's kind of like used cars. I actually find I bought it. I bought the P15V just specifically because it worked with the Ubuntu. It was on their like supported technology list, and then so when I went to upgrade to the newest version of Ubuntu, the graphics drivers are like there's some really serious problems, and I could start like reinstalling and debugging and stuff like that, but I just haven't bothered yet because I know it'll probably break everything, and then I gotta reinstall. It's like it'll take like a couple of days to reinstall all my software. And when I open certain websites, there's a like I would say like 20-second lag, and the fan will spin up, and there's all kinds of when I boot up, I cannot open a terminal for like 30 seconds. I think there's actually some I think it must be related to some background process. Like there's something in the video card or the graphics drivers that are lagging. And so if I boot it up and like I don't touch it for 5 minutes and then open something up, it's fine right away. But as soon as I boot up, if I try to open a terminal window, it won't open up. It just refuses. And then if I keep clicking it, it won't do anything. And then like after 30 seconds, it'll just open like 50 terminal windows at once. rsync is my favorite Linux command. Yeah, there's quite a few still good Linux commands. I don't have a shorts video on, but I need to make a backlog of high priority ones to make. How do you actually reliably save data forever? RAID systems and switching out the drives over time can't be the best still in our age. My opinion on it is ZFS. I'm a pretty big fan of ZFS. I've been running that on for my backups, and I keep them powered off basically all the time. I just boot them up every once in a while and do a scrub, and I have them. I mean, it's more expensive, but I have triple redundancy on them, so I have like 3 copies of the data, and I have the data in a couple different places, and I think that's a pretty decent approach with the spinning hard disk. Solid states, I think there's a risk of the data deteriorating if it's powered off for quite a while, but with the metallic, with just like an old I buy these like cheap storage bays, and it's I've actually not had any issues with data loss. I've had some issues with like read timeouts and stuff, but I think with the drives get slow. What do you think actually broke with the fan? Is this like the motor died or a little controller in the motor? The problem was it would start making grinding noises. They were like incredibly loud and would like vibrate the laptop. It was like something in there was getting off track, and it would just like make really loud grinding noises. We spent 2 to 3 configuring 2 to 3 configuring X. Yeah, there's also Ubuntu is on the migration from X to Wayland, and that also adds tons of complexity to everything, because something will break and you'll Google like, how do I fix this? And it's like how to fix it with the old Mac server way, but that's not it's not relevant on the cutting edge, and like you can default back to the X Wayland, and there's all these bridges, and I don't, it's too hard to follow all of it. That's a lot of really annoying problems. Forums, no help. Have you tried deep search? I think like a bunch of those are they're just like, they're fundamental issues with the hardware, like the thing about the bottom cover tamper protection error. Someone said you have to desolder something on the motherboard to fix that, and I'm not going to do that. And I mean, it's an expensive laptop. It's like $2,500 or something, but it's honestly, it's slower than an 8-year-old gaming laptop that I paid $1,600 ago for 8 years ago. ZFS is my favorite BSD file system. Bearings go to the fans. They start touching things they shouldn't. Yeah, someone said you could put oil in it, but I wanted to just like buy a newer one because it's like the amount of time it takes to rip it apart and put the solder on and all that kind of, like, I just want to do it once. And maybe because if I can just fix my thought was like, if I can totally fix this problem, if I can make it like a just new laptop or closer to a just new laptop for $100 to fix the fan, because that's how much the fan costs, because it's like got the heatsink attached to it and stuff, then I'll just pay the $100 and fix it. But the fact that I've wasted months and $200 on fans, and I still don't have the issue fixed, it's left a bad taste in my mouth. Fan sounds like a bearing problem. I could spray silicone lubricant into it. Get a few more months. I don't just want a few more months though. I want the problem fixed forever. I had to replace my laptop GPU fan. Thankfully, it only took 2 days to ship. Yeah, it's weird. It's like there's a bimodal distribution of how long it takes things to ship. Either I find that when I buy stuff, it's either here like right in front of my door the next day, or it takes like 10 days to ship, and like 45 days to like sit in a boat or something. Are Vim and VI the same thing? Not quite. In some cases, VI can be symlinked to Vim, but on like I guess so the lineage of Vim was there was the ed command, which is like the early mainframe or 1970s era, and then I think there was the ex command, which was kind of like a better, more improved. So that was VI. I think the lineage of VI comes from the ex command, and then they run VI was the. I don't know if they actually called it Vim back in those days still, even though it was just VI. But that was the. I think that was the like first version that was written by Bill Joy. You should fact check all this if you want to be super precise. But yeah, VI was the first like visually interactive one, and then there's I think like the modern terminal Vim, which is VIM, because I know sometimes when I go into a like a new machine, a fresh install of something, it doesn't have Vim, but it has VI, so I can open stuff and it has like no syntax highlighting, and I think it has like line length limits or something. And as soon as I realized like, oh, this is like the super crippled VI, then I just install Vim, and then when I type VI, it uses Vim. Nano works too. Now we got NeoVim. I've never used NeoVim. Vim is VI with bloatware. I'm a fan of it. It's a necessary bloatware. So you like command line development with no AD. You talk about your workflow. Is when actively developing, edit, compile, debug. Curious. I would say, honestly, there are issues with my development workflow. So, probably like when I'm actually editing and stuff, I'm usually doing most of my editing in one file. So like for the terminal, I really like it for jumping around. So, frequent thing is I want to go to the end of the file, so I'll just go Shift G. Now I'm right at the end of the file, and often I find like my best navigation is like I'll think about like what's something in the file that I want to look at, what's something I want to edit. So I was just up in a function called there was splitting things. So I'll think about like what is something that was in that function so I can navigate to it. So there's, I think, the Unicode. Yeah, so right now I'm right up to that where I was before because I just search for this. And if I want to go back to that place, I just press N. And now I'm right back to that part of this code that's splitting the text fragments. So now I can edit here. And then if I want to go to a file I was in recently, I just being able to just do up is that's a favorite navigation method of mine. Now, one of the issues with this is if I edit the code and there's like a syntax error or something, I have to totally recompile to know that the error is there, and that really does not work well with Vim. It's like a huge time waster just to like compile it and then find out that it's, there's a syntax error or something. So one of my recent things has just been to start experimenting with IntelliJ, just because I think as this Java project gets larger, I think it makes sense to. I was experimenting, and there is a Vim plugin for so you can use it. You can write in IntelliJ. And you can use Vim navigation to move around. So this has just been a recent thing, and there are a lot of just like interesting Java IDEs have improved a lot. Like the hovering on here, being able to look at these things on the side. I remember the last version of one of these IDEs. It had these little like things on the side to navigate, but when you hovered, you wouldn't see anything, and all kinds of other, like the fact that it says no usages. These are like nice little things. I've just kind of ignored this for ages now. I kind of hoped the last time I looked into this, I looked to see if there's any good like language servers for Java, so you can actually get feedback right in Vim about whether there was a compile error, but I have not found any I guess any Vim plugins that I trust enough to actually run, and it all seems to be like a kind of haphazard thing that not very many people use. How are you doing? Not too bad. Been just doing a longer stream today. This one will probably be longer, or at least much longer. We're only at one out of 32 for the new member goal. Emacs is my IDE. Yeah, I never got into Emacs. I like the way of composing movements in Vim a lot more. Is it more like evolution of VI, like bash versus sh? Yeah, I would say that's probably a good way to compare VI and Vim. Emacs is all things, allegedly. Good evening from Europe. How's it going? You can add syntax highlighting to everything. Checking in. Hope things are great, buddy. Things are all right. We're making a little bit of progress. I'm getting back into the block mining simulation game. I kind of forgot how it works. To not use syntax highlighting is very satisfying. Yeah, all these I mean, it's just a lot of information, all this, like a slightly different text color and stuff, and just the fact that, like, if I, put some nonsense here, yeah, I can't resolve this input, like the feedback loop on that is just so much faster than, trying to compile it, which I don't get from the command line. But now, the thing I was thinking about figuring out let's see, why was I doing this? Okay, that's for spaces. Just gonna put, is there an easy way to split the words? So I guess with the my thought process is here. If I'm correct, this is where if I want to split up words that are too long to fit in a line, it would be here. And I can do that if what I could do is just in this for loop, then make a list of the word parts, and then just iterate over the word parts and all those colored fragments. But to do that, I need to know what the max line width is. But I'm just thinking about, I don't know how many places I have this function referenced in. And I don't want to have to add like 5,000 references to, I don't want to start, I already have like a ton of parameters here. Have you considered getting a job abroad? No, I think what I'm doing right now is actually showing growth. There's no, I mean, if I was to just get a 9 to 5, it would there's the only place it would make sense to do that is down in the States, and I've already done that before. YouTube stuff is awesome if you can achieve steady growth. Yeah, it's in a way it's like a it's a strange thing that's like it's it's not a job, but at the same time when you just think about like the math on the consumption of how much, where do people get information? People spend so much time on social media now that it does. Like I was looking at I just wondered like how many active views, like one of the things they meme about is like defunding CBC, like our national news. And I looked up how many active users, daily active users they have, and they said something like 4 million, but they didn't say a timeline if it was like per day or per month or per whatever. And I was thinking, like that's in the last 30 days, I have 4 million views on this YouTube channel. And so that I mean, maybe their numbers are active daily, but the fact that I have 4 million views on the YouTube channel, which is still the same number as like the national government-funded news organization that gets like billions of dollars of tax money. It really does seem like there's a tremendous appetite for information. And even when I was teaching at the college, and I get access to like previous course material and stuff, I always found that like a lot of professors would just say like, okay, go to this W3 Schools tutorial, or just like watch this YouTube video, which kind of seems like a ripoff. Imagine, sign up for a course, you pay thousands of dollars, and then they're like, okay class, let's watch this YouTube video. Let's watch imagine you show up to class and like, okay, let's just watch this live streamer live code, and that's going to be our class today. That's in some cases that almost feels like what college is becoming. How to make a CPU. Yeah, that video was when I think about the reach of that video was a lot of work, and it's only a minute long, or a minute and a half long, but it's better to just learn it on your own. In some respects, yes, but the missing component. So there's really when you go to university or college, there's really kind of a couple things, like learning the material is only one part of it. The accreditation, so getting having a trusted professional verify your work and say like, yes, I agree that this person actually knows how to do this job. That is the other component that is missing from, you can't get a degree from YouTube. And there are all of these kinds of like micro degree. You can get like a Udemy degree and stuff, I think. But the real question is like, what is the there has to be some some reputation behind it. Like if you have a degree from Harvard, that has a certain reputation associated with it. However, the reputation of all these universities and colleges is going down over time. So you have to ask like, where's the future going to be? I'm not sure, but I think there's always going to be a demand for like actually doing the work and creating the content. It's okay when extra material, but else they rip off students. Yeah, the universities and colleges just want to make money, and they seem to be watering down the content even more over time. Let's just see how many references this has. It's kind of, I guess if this ends up being horrible, I'll just refactor it later. Now this is where my coding is pretty inefficient, because I'll be like, I don't want to find all the references to it, to just do this, and then I can see, just look at where the, okay, yeah, I think that function is used in a lot of places, which is probably why I didn't implement this before. They have to water down the educational content when they increase the size of the pool of students. You're incorporating outliers on the bell curve. The lower side of the distribution would flunk out. Yeah, that is inevitably what happens. Although, whether that's something we should be okay with is a different question. Yeah, there's a lot of references to this. Nope, that's not it. Teach yourself, then go to school to refine knowledge and fill in gaps. That's one approach. The other aspect of college and university, I think, is when you're educated amongst the other people, you learn like the social communication around your field. And the other thing that's like it's not quite tested for on. It's not just about getting the marks, but like the being able to like communicate and speak the same language as like for other engineers. You can get some of that from like the online stuff. I guess though now, I guess that is kind of one area where like streaming or something like that could potentially supplement that, because it gives you the shows you like how developers talk and think while they're solving problems, as opposed to just like when you're reading a polished book, everything is like laid out well without mistakes or something. But yeah, I mean, in school, it's an interesting question about where are things going to be in the future, because the reputation of so many schools seems to be going down. I have a feeling that will evolve into something maybe more like the early 1900s, where like people would get like apprenticeships with like random, there'd be like the random person in town that's like well known for a particular thing. You just find someone who's like an independent small business owner and go ask for an apprenticeship with them. But I'm not sure if it'll work that well for coding. So much of it is like, it's secretive and proprietary. You can't really just, I mean, for an open source like this thing, it's fine. But like for the client work I was doing, like there's no way I would be able to, I can't live stream that. See, so the issue I have is I want to split up these lines. But I need to know because there could be a second way to do this with. windy out. I guess the only way to do this is to actually, every time I call this function, I'm going to have to specify the width. I guess maybe I'll just get it to work and then maybe I'll refactor it later. The other advantage of doing everything on the command line is, I remember back when I was using Eclipse more, I'd get like Maven project errors, and the fact that I did everything through manually editing the POM file made me actually understand that a little bit better than just kind of hoping to click the right option in Eclipse, because in Eclipse it's easier if you know exactly where to go and what to click, but if you have like some bug or something in Eclipse where it doesn't set the right thing in the POM file, you might spend like days trying to figure out how to get it done in Eclipse. But if you just go and edit the POM file directly, it might just be like set something to false. All the knowledge anyone needs is online nowadays. Having the skill to carry out the work should be the priority. Degree should be optional. Should be, but I know it's difficult to it's difficult to know like what to advise people, because some people say like college and university is a scam, and in some cases it definitely is. But then in other cases it actually does have a benefit. You do go there. I would say it's if school has a good co-op program, that's like the number one thing. Even more so that even like if you went somewhere that taught you literally nothing, but they worked very hard to get you into entrepreneurships or apprenticeships, then I think that would be worth it. Okay, that wasn't too bad. I thought it'd be like 5,000 references. See, how do I want to do this? NGMI today. Not going to make it. I'm not sure what that. Not sure if that's what that abbreviation means. Not going to make it. Are you at work? Code is crazy. My mind can't comprehend how any of this makes sense. Yeah, it's also my IDE is not really not super clear. I guess it does make sense if you spend thousands and thousands of hours staring at it. It's also, I'm cheating too because I wrote all this code. So it's a window into my madness. Let me think here. So this line of code is getting incomprehensibly hard to read, but I'll maybe just like do kind of like rough. As long as it works, then I'll just commit this and refactor it later. So as we're going iterating over characters, if one's bigger than the max line width, create a new measured text fragment with that. And then we're also going to need some at the end, because So down here, this will be that for anything left over. Yeah, I think that makes sense. So that should just like pre-break up long words. No pressure, just 32 watching. Oh yeah. Yeah, this is boring. Why are you guys watching this? Coding is not my strong suit, but planning on learning JSON. Yeah, JSON is I think if you're going to learn any kind of even if you're not into coding, if you're doing like technical stuff, data entry, learning JSON would be a good first step. Yeah, JSON's a data format, not code, but it is extremely commonly used in programming just as a way to store the data. But if you're if you want to get like if you don't know anything about coding, JSON I think would be if you learn JSON and that's interesting to you, then you may be on the path to learn even more things about coding and languages and so forth. JSON just data format, just a means of organizing a lot of items in particular. Yeah, the main thing is it's for serializing data. So in a program, programs will load things into memory, but then you need to like actually write it out to a file or send it over the internet or make it something you can copy and paste and stuff. That's the primary use case for it. I have to use a pen and paper to sort out ideas when I'm coding. Just makes me a bit slower than others. It helps me a lot. Is this a normal or silly thing to do? I absolutely do that. In fact, like there's a lot of times, like it depends what I'm doing. So right now I'm just doing some, actually I probably even could, like with what I'm doing, I'm trying to write some code to fix some stuff to like, so when you justify the text and there's a word that's too long, it's like overwriting the end, going off the screen. I want to like break that up. I never really used to do that, but when I went to university, that kind of forced me. I spent so much time doing assignments and like drawing things out and stuff. It like, rewired my brain to think like, okay, the first step is to write this down. And but if I'm doing like some kind of data structure or like organizing things, then usually before I even start programming, I'll like write stuff down on a piece of paper and think about it that way. JSON should be like 1 hour at worst. I mean, to learn it, I guess it could. If it's like if you've never programmed at all, you could certainly spend a lot more time than that. Debugging why your JSON and why your tags don't match or something. But I remember I was working with a colleague, and he was like trying to figure out why his JavaScript wasn't working, and he was like staring at this like piece of minified text, and just from like staring at the like minified text and stuff so much, I walked by and I was like, oh, there's a missing brace right here in this like big minified thing, and that just like immediately fixed his thing. But if you don't see the missing like quote or whatever, then you could easily spend like hours or days trying to figure out why it doesn't work. JSON is my favorite database. Nice, and thanks. I'll be using Power Apps while learning. Lewis Nguyen says, "You suck." I guess I assume they mean me. Are you trying to hurt my feelings? I think it's similar to XML. Yeah, XML has a similar purpose for serializing data. I think XML makes more sense when your data has something when your data can be described by like set theory. So when there's an implicit hierarchy in your data, which makes sense for documents, for like a web page, you can say that an image on this screen is contained inside this table, which is contained within this thing. So there's an implicit you can put things into like things can be inside each other basically. Cardiac says, hi, how are you? Not too bad. You're awesome. It's true, I am. Now let's see if this thing actually works. If it completely breaks everything. No clue what any of this means, but good luck. Thank you very much. chmod 44, you like the username. I love your channel and the content. Thank you very much. Love from India. No problem. Remember to become a channel member for just $1 if you enjoy the hangout. Oh, yeah, I should actually be. I'm quite behind schedule on the membership goal. Let's see, 92. This is one thing I like about Vim. I could just do like up and I can go right to my errors. chmod 044 when chmod 077 walks in. Let's not do something crazy. Maybe I always get that backwards. See, this is where my current coding method is inferior. And I need to get with the times. When I'm actually doing this, like on a day-to-day basis, I don't always forget the order of parameters. what is it? Is it string.join or is it array.join? String.join. I had it right the first time. Right, that doesn't work, but if I bricked a system by putting wrong space when chmodding, I don't think I have. I've been pretty cautious about it. Hello, Lucas says, hello, how are you doing? I'm pretty good. Enjoying my Saturday. I deleted a bunch of files accidentally, but it was really minor. Okay, what's my bug? Line 85, no suitable method found for string. Oh man, I've completely forgotten how to program. Do you ever have those moments where you're doing something, you're like, wait, I forget how to do everything? I can't remember what that takes. If you compile in IntelliJ, it will take you to exact line. Yeah, that's a issue. I was going to do that, but then the problem was this. Right now I'm coding on a different machine, so I need to like SSH tunnel into it. Oh, there we go. I got it this time. Okay, so the thing that I might have fixed. So it's not totally broken yet. That's good. Now, what if I do this? Oh, you know what? That's because it's not taking into account the padding. So that means in this function, yes, all the time, almost all the time. I guess that's to my question about forgetting how to program. Yeah, sometimes after I've been get away from something for a while, I just takes time to get back. Okay, this looks a little bit more like it's doing. Okay. Yeah, that's not amazing to look at, but it's doing the thing I want to do. So there's just one more UI. One more weird looking UI issue that's not present. And there's still some, I think, yeah, so that bug there, where you see the border twice, that's, I think, like a concurrency issue. I probably have to fix that one off stream because it's going to require really sitting down and thinking about it. For this one, I can just do some haphazard fix. And then I'll maybe try to clean up how I implemented it, make it a bit more readable. I forget how to program in the mornings, but I tend to remember in the afternoon with the help of a lot of coffee. Yeah, sometimes I get I find for a lot of, there's some problems where like the problem doesn't require a lot of context, but then other things, you get really into it and you just have to like absorb context. Like for these printing functions, there's like 5 different functions I wrote, and there's like a hierarchy of like text fragment and a color text fragment, and remembering what thing is in what and what thing remembers the width, and to get back into it, I have to like rememorize that. So it takes like an hour. The more context there is, the more time it takes to load all that context into your mind, so it's like fresh in your working memory. And then every once in a while, I'll be like deep into coding something, and then like suddenly like I just like lose all that. My brain gets so much, so many facts about what I'm working on that I lose all of it at once, and then I'm like, wait, I don't remember anything. I've had that. The most pronounced example of that is when doing like assembly language programming with like trying to code context switches, and like remembering what's in all the registers and getting deep into some debugging thing where it starts off like most any entry level programmer can understand, like, oh, you add a value into a register and you move it here and then add these registers and stuff. And then you spend a few days working on that, and then suddenly you're like, wait a minute, none of this makes any sense. It's all just chaos. Don't even remember intrinsic or built-in functions anymore. Got that way when I was working on PHP years ago. Yeah, it's the other thing is that you get older, and then like the amount of time you've been alive to forget things becomes significant. And even making videos and stuff like that, how to become a 37-year-old broke loser. Making the video took a long time, and that was all time that I was not coding. So the more I do video content, the less I end up coding. Makes my skills rusty. Just use the docs now? Yeah. And I also found like I was just messing with the join function. The more languages I learn, the more things I try, the more I forget. The more I get confused, because like having a join function to join elements of an array with, like, say, a comma or something to join a list together. That primitive exists in like many languages, and not all the languages have like some of them support arrays, some of them support array lists, some of them support strings. Sometimes the array is the first parameter, sometimes it's the second parameter. So I'll learn it in one language, and then I go to the next language, and I think is it between Java and JavaScript they're swapped. And sometimes it's like the array dot join. Sometimes it's like string dot join and then the array and the thing. Let's see, it's 1:58. I should take a little bit of a break, I guess, and have food. All right, I think I'll take a break and grab some food. There's still 34 people here. using Firefox from now on. On this machine, I just used whatever is the default. How many is he up to so far today? Today we're at 1. The rate of channel memberships today is much lower than previous live streams. Show a cat food rent the algorithm. I don't have a cat at the moment. Yes, Lieber Wolfgang. All right, be back. see. Left again. Yep, had to get the food. ChatGPT wrote me a Raylib text editor. Cool. Do you even know C? Or just brag about it? I'm not sure what that's in. Is that question for me, or? I haven't really even been talking about C. I think maybe I mentioned it once during the stream. I've got some tea cooking, so I think it's almost done. All right, I now have tea and food. wonder how many of those 31 people are bots. Robert, have you ever read The Art of Computer Programming? Do you have any advice on how to prepare for it or recommend anything as prerequisites? The Art of Computer Programming. That name is familiar. Yeah, it's been a while. I recognize that name, but I forget the book. But yeah, I guess I don't have any specific advice on that. Not an FBI honeypot sends $5. I run an ad blocker, so I hope this pays for your Canadian syrup. Oh, thank you very much. That's very, very generous. And $5 will indeed, and I think that's US, so that'll buy a lot of syrup. Thank you very much. Just working while you're streaming. Yeah, I find it's interesting how when I left, this concurrent viewers didn't really change. So I guess maybe it is. I guess some people say they put the stream on just while they're working and stuff. So maybe it's interesting to understand what is the reason people watch streamers. That's interesting. You say you use AdBlock, so I thought they were cracking down on AdBlock, making it not work anymore. Nice, I've made it to a stream in time. Yeah, I think this stream will probably, if I even meet my goal, it'll probably go for quite a while. So, sorry, there's no way. I need to make that text bigger, but unfortunately there's no option for it. Soul Fian says hello everyone. Francesco says one sub. Excellent. Oh, and the concurrent viewers is going up too. People like watching me eat. Def a honeypot? What is? Oh. I actually asked him once, and he said he's not a honeypot. So, true. A real FBI honeypot would never lie. I'm having my food stamp food. Oh, food stamp food. Feels like family dinner, table, quiet. You got 64 video likes. 67 now. I think it just started going up since you mentioned that. All right, I'm just gonna wash my plate. Washing dishes is tomorrow use problem. I prefer to always wash them immediately. The main advantage is if you wash them right away, usually like whatever's on it is still much easier to wash off. But if you let it dry, then that's when it gets really problematic. What's cooking? I had cashewed chicken. What do you enjoy most about programming, by the way? It's a good question. I mean, the money is good, but also the ability to just kind of create things out of thin air, out of creations of your mind. You just type them out and they become reality. The man, the myth, the legend. My favorite Linux command is Robert. Wish you wealth, health, and wealth. Thank you very much. That's wisdom there, folks. I mean about washing dishes. Yeah, I'm in terms of like cleanliness, I can deal with clutter. Like I could deal with what do you call it? Like I don't know, salt, like non-organic, solid, having a bunch of like old papers and stuff like that. But anything, I'm definitely not one for having like any kind of old liquids or old sour ice cream and stuff, half-filled bottles and stuff. I clean that stuff up pretty fast. How were you first introduced to programming? I think my initial, what I considered my introduction was I was playing Age of Empires. So I was building like these custom scenarios where you'd like have like conditions and effects, and I kind of understood that it was similar to what programming was like, and I got really interested in building these elaborate scenarios that a lot of which I would never actually play. And then I think there's a family member I had who studied some programming, so that from that I knew that QBasic was a programming language that existed. And I tried like C programming and stuff like that. I downloaded was it like the Borland C++ compiler or something, and I downloaded, I don't know, Perl or I think Delphi or something, and I was on Windows, so they were all like these DOS command prompt, and I would try and like run it, and then it would just open the window and then disappear. So I didn't, I just like thought it didn't work, but I probably, if I had known better, I would have gone into the terminal and opened it. But yeah, QBasic was the first actual programming language that I think for a while I did I worked some like graphical programming language, like some graphical programming editor. It was called like RBasic or something like that. Then eventually I got a copy of Visual Studio, and then that's when I really started doing a bit more serious stuff. A mouse cleaned your plate. That's not very sanitary. There was actually a famous actor. Famous actors. I think they both died, and it's in the news right now. Like I think the actor was he was an older, like 95 years old, and his slightly younger wife died of like some rare illness that you get from mice droppings. All right, let's space out for a little bit and do some block mining. And test that my new changes don't make everything crash. Got yourself a new subscriber. Nice video. I came across your channel on how to build a CPU. Keep it up, man. Thank you for the kind words. Yeah, how to make a CPU is it's a popular video. That's what I love about YouTube. Like if I was lecturing in a college or something like that, I'd do that lecture to it would be a lower quality presentation. I would only give it to like 30 people, but that video has taught 10 million people how to make a CPU. I guess it's probably not uniques, but some number of million people. How to build 8-bit CPU in Minecraft. It's already been done. You know what? Another bug is space before on empty lines. why do you develop like this small screen? Crappy Ubuntu VM and Vim. I always develop in Vim. The screen is I'm using like my spare streaming laptop. So normally if I was coding Sublime Text, I can't stand Sublime Text. Vim is just way more efficient for me. Now there are a lot of downsides. I was talking before about how ideally what I need is like a language server that'll something that'll give me like immediate feedback for when I have like syntax errors and whatever. So I was experimenting with IntelliJ because I've never used that before, but for the main reason is for like navigation. If I want to get right to the end of the file, I can just do Control G. If I want to get back up to where I was working, I know there's something up there called Unicode, and I just type that. And now I'm up here, and I can like move around at other places in the file. And then if I want to get right back up to where I was, I just press N again. So the navigation is much faster, and being able to do up, use this to get to my exact line. It's just much faster to move around. Now there are a few major downsides, but I guess I kind of developed this way just because IDEs have always been so bulky and slow that it's just for the small stuff I've been doing, it's faster just to do it right in the terminal. IntelliJ is all right. As a fellow engineer, I figured I would see something different. Not. So yeah, 640 by 40. So if I had money, I would buy a better computer for streaming, and I would spend a lot more time in the setup. This is actually like an old crappy like 10-year-old computer. Actually, this computer is kind of so slow, I can't really even run. I'm actually developing on another computer, so I SSH'd into something else. That's the other big reason I use Vim, is because that way I don't even have to develop on the client that I'm working on, so I could just SSH into something else, and I can work on a faster desktop machine. But your criticism is noted and valid. But if I had $4,000 to drop on a new computer, then I would just use that. See, I missed another one. They run Minecraft in PDFs now. I wouldn't doubt it. Number 37. I'm not sure what that refers to. Number 37. There was 36. I'm not sure what that refers to. I respect your work, but I would gather your output would be so much better even with an i5 250K from 2012. Using Ubuntu with 1080p monitor, you could get for pennies. Yeah, I mean, I think I already have like all of my equipment is junk. I actually, let's see. So I guess you probably haven't been following my recent developments, but so both of the fans and both of my computers were failing. So it took me like months to get replacements for them. So I finally replaced them. And so this is the laptop I'm developing on. The other laptop, which actually is pretty decent, is that's the one that's actually streaming. And so this way I have total separation between the computer that's doing the streaming and the one that's I'm actually using on a day-to-day basis. And yeah, I may have to ban that person. But yeah, anyway, so I have another, like a desktop server, but it only has it's like a, I guess technically maybe I could use that for streaming, but I had to, I have things partitioned for a number of different stuff. So I had on my other computers, I had been doing some client work, and I don't want to like accidentally open my email and stuff like that. So for this one, this is like it's a throwaway laptop. There's nothing on it that's important at all. So that way I can be sure I don't stream my email or something like that, or a message someone sent me. But if the money continues to come in, then I will probably just invest in improving the setup better. The other thing I had to upgrade last month, I had to get a new phone because my previous phone was the security updates ran out in 2018. So it was kind of old, and I figured every few years they force you to get a new phone anyway. So I got one of the newer ones, just so I have the maximum amount of time before they discontinue the security updates. So one of the next things I'll probably be thinking about is actually get a better computer for the actual streaming. Which and you're right, I probably could get because it's just like the thin client for streaming. I could probably get a cheaper one, but then if I waste the money on it, maybe I should actually get something that can I was kind of thinking about maybe getting a desktop, because the other big issue. So I have another computer that I could use, but the fans are horribly loud, and that's the other main requirement, is that older computers seem to be a lot quieter. Brother's waiting 3 weeks for a new PC. Yeah, ordering stuff is super annoying. Yeah, that was the other thing. So I can make more videos, I ordered actually a second camera, so that way I don't have to completely deconstruct the streaming setup every single week, and I can have a dedicated one for the filming and a dedicated one for the stream. And I ordered a camera, and they're like, they said it's a special order, so I'm like, okay, sure, whatever. And then I waited. It took a month. It took a month for them to let me know that they don't even have an ETA on when they're going to have an ETA. And they're like, we'll set a placeholder deadline or a placeholder date of April 18th when it'll actually ship. And at this point, might as well just cancel the order. So then I just ordered it. I ordered it directly from the manufacturer, which I didn't realize I could do it first. And it was here in 2 days. No problem, just a shame. I'm gainfully employed in KWC, and I'm not even 1/10 as intelligent as you. Well, you can savor your if you've got full-time employment, savor your earnings, because who knows what's going to happen in the near future. We end up in economic collapse. The streaming thing, to be honest, it's it's not even something I had been seriously considering, but given the fact that there's 39 people here now, and before, when it was I started streaming just for just to test it out, and I think for the longest while I only had less than 10 viewers or something like that, and I never got any super chats or anything. But then after some of my videos started to blow up, it started to bring in a bit more traffic, and So at this point, I'm thinking like, maybe this is actually like a realistic way to not only build revenue, but if I can actually do like meaningful work, if I can basically make money while working, that will make me money in my business, then maybe this is a viable business model. What's your background? So I have an undergrad in software engineering from the University of Waterloo. Worked at I did internships at I did 6 different internships at 5 different companies. Worked at did an internship at Amazon and also NVIDIA. And if you want the full background, I have a couple of videos on that. Why is it? Why I rejected my Amazon offer, why I rejected my NVIDIA offer, and then the how to become a 37-year-old broke loser video. That is a lot of background in that one. Okay, let's figure out why that's not compiling. I don't think I need these parentheses, but let's put them in anyway. How many channel members have you got so far? Currently, for this stream, I have gotten 1. So the number of new channel members for this stream has been the rate at which I've gotten. I think it was getting like 1 every 45 minutes for the last few streams, but for this one, this may be the first one where I don't reach my goal. I don't know you, man. Honestly, I watched your video. There was no reason why you cannot make 6 figures in Canada doing hardware engineering. Well, my choice was to start a business. So there's the difference between starting a business and working for someone else's business. I mean, I thought I thought it would be possible to do that with like independent. The narrative has been that software runs the world, and there's all these companies that want software developed. So I thought there must be enough of a market out there for startups that want custom software developed that I can do just as good or better working independently, writing software, and also that I could hire other people and train people and stuff. But the demand is just not there. And for reasons I discussed at length in the many videos that I have on this topic. I joined using Patreon, but not via YouTube. Do you have a preference for YouTube versus Patreon? Not really. Whatever's most convenient for you, I guess. Software engineers, hardware engineers are best best being slaves, honestly. At least that's my lot. So like 20 more years under your belt. Are you, sorry, did you say you're a developer? Yeah, are you a software developer? That's my lot. 20 more years. Yeah, I think even if you went and got 20 years experience, I don't think I'd start software consulting business. Honestly, like in 20 years from now, the world is going to be totally different. I don't even think if you do some kind of software consulting business, I don't even know what it would look like. C++ dev. Mostly, honestly, been doing it for seven corporate. Is that the name of a company? Seven corporate. Seven years. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. It's hard to get everything you want in life. There's I was not able to get the financial riches that I sought with an independent business, at least not so far. But if I honestly, I'm not envious of the corporate 9-to-5, and given all I've been through, I'm even less inclined to do that than I was before. That's rough. Gotta pay bills. Yeah, I've managed to pay them so far. Just hate seeing a fellow Canadian suffer corporate slavery from 9 to 5. Inside gigs in the evenings and weekends may be a good thing. It's you've only your first like 20 to 30 hours in a week are your best hours. It's not like I've never worked a 9 to 5 before. I've done it before, and it's not, in my opinion, it's not possible to do anything serious in your spare time. Maybe we could do like a side gig that has nothing to do with software development, but there's all the like intellectual property concerns and let's see what happens if I do this. We making DOS games here? We're making terminal-based block mining simulation games for the Linux terminal. It's called NetHack. Not familiar with NetHack. I played something like this back when the colors were all amber. Oh, that would have been a while ago. Okay, this is not correct. Because I forgot what I was doing here. So this is only... So that's the spaces, all spaces after the first one. Or actually, you know what? That might still be necessary. I think. We don't want a space at the start, but I think I have a second place. All right, need to do that. Hi Robert, great to see you. How's it going? Commodore PET was all green. NetHack is open source, single player roguelike video game. First released in 1987. Yeah, I gotta look up some of these. People keep mentioning things that I gotta look up some of these games. I've never tried any of them. I think for one that it's grim that senior software developers have better opportunities in the entertainment industry than pursuing their own independent ventures. Yeah, the I don't know, the whole economic system is kind of in a weird state. We're in this transitionary period. I mean, when I enrolled in university in 2009, I turned down the software engineering full-time gig right at the peak. Like I should have went into the industry right then, but of course it wasn't. I mean, it wasn't clear that things were going to. There was no obvious piece of information that said that things were only going to be good for a short period of time. Like the whole goal of society is that, you know, living wages are supposed to go up, living standards are supposed to go up, life expectancy is supposed to go up. It's not supposed to go down. School had one, but it was guarded. Tell us some of your hobbies. It's mostly tech-related gaming. Things that I do for fun. I would say I don't really have a lot of fun. I do stuff like this, work on things, do taxes, watch interesting YouTube videos and stuff. How many channel members are we at now? We're still at 1. So that for the previous live streams, it was 1 channel member for 45 minutes, but on this one, we're way behind schedule. MC says, hi from France. How's it going? Okay, so for this one, we don't want to do when j equals 0. That means the first word of the line. Okay, so I think the issue is does student membership count as a member? Yes. So any, I'm just going by the new members thing. So if anyone joins on the student tier, Xiao Roberto says, the edgy man. How's it going? So to fix the thing, I just need to not add text fragments that are empty strings at the start of the line. Oh, we have a new channel member. Welcome to the newest channel member, NS, to the member tier. So I think that's the like $4 a month tier. You can also do the student tier, which is I think only 99 cents a month. So we're currently 2 of 32. Live streaming is a sort. In what sense? You deserve it, mate. Thank you very much. Can you explain the tiers? So the tiers, I don't, honestly, there's not really a lot of difference in the benefit between the tiers. So there's I think the student tier, which is like 99 cents a month. And then there's the member tier, which is, I think $4 a month. And then the favorite member tier, which is like, it's just a higher number. There's nothing, I think if you look at the like what you get for it, it says you get like custom wallpapers, and to be truthful, I have not made any custom wallpapers. If people, I can say if someone asks me for some custom wallpapers, then I can make some. I don't really know what, like, yeah, I can't really think of like what people would want in wallpaper. It seems like a random, that was just like a default option that YouTube added when it created like the templates for the tiers. But basically just, there's really no actual benefit, difference in the benefit. You just pay more money basically. In the future, yeah, I'm not opposed to having something extra for the higher tiers, but the thing is, if I promise something, I have to actually deliver on it. Now, the other benefit is, so when I release videos, I will release them. I'll make them members only to public, and I do that just because I think it's nice to have, some people who are a bit more familiar with me to watch the videos first, for depending on how much in advance I release it. And that way, if I leak something or something bad in the video, then hopefully one of the members will say something. Um, 200% increase. Seems very affordable. I had no idea what the cost is. Explain how to become a member. I've been watching every weekend. Don't understand the membership or how much it costs. Yeah, it's I guess a lot of the features are kind of I mean it's only like YouTube Power members or YouTube Power users who are kind of familiar with all the features and stuff. But I think there's a like actually write down on the screen where you're like where your text is. There's a dollar sign just underneath in the chat window, and then you can click that, and then that's where you find the you can. I think there's a thing in there to show join the members, but also like there's a big join button I think on the channel itself. But are most of your new viewers normies? I'm not sure. I guess probably from the from the million view video, yes. But I guess my content is going to be inherently technical, so I assume I don't really want to pressure people. So if people are like super interested and they're already familiar with the features, I think they'll figure it out. Oh, we got a new member in the student tier. Welcome to Honorable Bunny. So we're currently at 3 of the 32. How's it going? Did we figure out the text wrapping bug? I think I know the thing I need to do. So let's see here. Let's just try to not introduce new bugs. If text, okay, so that might work. So if I was you, I'd get a salesperson friend to help promote your live stream membership by explaining how to sign up. I thought it cost a lot of money, but apparently I was wrong. Yeah, I guess technically I could just like lean into the sales charge. I could just like be like, hey guys, come on, sorry, I really need to get more memberships. You can, and then just like, do the typical YouTuber thing, really lean into it and constantly advertise and stuff. But I figure it makes more sense to just do the thing that I'm planning to do in the long term, like just do something interesting, and then if anyone is like really interested in what I'm doing, then from that they will subscribe. And like I said, that kind of sets the expectations a bit lower, because if I promise things, like for example, if I get busy with something else, and then like if I just stop live streaming for a while, or if I stop putting out as many videos, like right now, I am working on another video, but it's going to be at least a few more weeks before I get that out. And if it's only people who really like the content who subscribe organically, then And I think it also helps to train the algorithm too, because the algorithm will see like who really likes the content. And then like I said, if I the money situation now is like it's not terrible, but if it gets bad again, then I guess I can also just lean into that. Don't you all see the join button? I don't understand the confusion. I think on mobile, some people said they don't see. Sorry to be spamming chat. It's not too bad. It's a relevant conversation. Sometimes people like spam it with like off-topic stuff, which is unfortunate. Would you be willing to connect YouTube members with Discord server? It would be nice. So there is, if you're a member. Actually, I don't quite know what your interface looks like, but there is a Discord already, and there's a few people in there. I try to not. So what I'm going to do for the quote unquote community is some people have asked to have a Discord server, and some people there's also like a Matrix server type thing, and I think what I'll probably do is there like certain individuals who want to like moderate a Discord or something like that. I have no interest in moderating a Discord. It's there's already like too many things for me to focus on, but I'll probably like kind of find some people who are like really interested in like moderating or maintaining something, and then we could maybe even have like multiple Discords, because there's already some people, like someone will post like an edgy meme about something political, and then other people don't like it. And personally, I don't care to get involved in these disputes about like whose politics are correct or whatever. But that way we could maybe have like several Discords or something, and then the Discord can be like owned and operated by that individual, and then I can just like link to it, say like these are people who are like affiliated with Discord gets weird. Yeah. I could say like these are some Discord communities, and one group of people is like really interested in this aspect of the content that I produce or technology in general, or maybe one of them's more focused on like jobs or something. And then if the person managing that Discord doesn't do a good job and everyone like fights and then leaves and stuff like that, then people can go to the other Discord. And okay, I'm getting lost here. Fair, $1 USD is a lot in some countries. Yeah, that's true. I can't actually put it. So $1 Canadian, it's in Canadian currency. I can't put it at anything lower than that. Not effective. It's just saying dollar. Yeah, actually, it's going down. So I guess technically it's like 69 cents or something like that right now. US dollars. Does it take a long time to produce a YT video? Depends how long the video is, and how much editing and stuff like that it requires. If you don't try to sell me Raid Shadow Legends, I'll stay. You just ban people that complain. Yeah, I guess. I don't know. I think what I have is working the. I mean, up until before this stream, at least the call to action, like live streaming until I get X number of channel members. That was pretty effective. So. Yeah, that's I'm gonna have to ban the network walk. I'm gonna have to give you a ban if you keep doing that. Spamming the chat. Where's your spirit of freedom of speech? All right, let's try a timeout for that one, since it's not too bad. And then if he comes back, we'll see. Robert, the more live streams you make, it's got real value. You spend money on Netflix, and your live streams are so excellent. Oh, thank you for the kind words. I'm just gonna go the moderation. I guess I can't join the channel because I got spoofed premium. You said the live streams have real value. Do you mean the are you a programmer? Do you mind if I ask? I'm curious if because I know that some people have said that the live streams are just chill, which is not like that. I guess that was back to what someone was talking about. What commentator we were saying, like vibe coding streams. I wanted to compliment your public speaking, and not many people are good at public speaking. Yeah, I guess it's also you're putting your face. It's like a very asymmetric thing. You can have like random people who come into your chat and then spam tooth emojis and post all sorts of weird stuff behind a keyboard, but your face is out there and stuff like that. So I think that's actually one thing that there's probably a lot of people who could do live streaming, but not many people. The supply of people who want to do it or like willing to do it and possibly get made fun of or stuff like that is I think there's probably a lot of people that do it and then they get like one offensive message and they're like, I'm never going to do this again. Or like someone will comment on their appearance. Or they, like I get a lot of people will say that I look like Nico Bellic, the GTA character. That person is bot. Yeah, I guess maybe it's oh yeah, I forgot to mention that. So I timed them out for 1 minute, and if that person comes back and spams again, then I'll ban them. Message retracted. Your mod stuff is on other screens. Seems inefficient. Yeah, so I have the actual streaming computer separate from the one that I work on. I mean, ideally, I would have like I need like a separate table or something like that, so I can just have. I prefer to have the like on this thing. I'm not logged into anything, so it's completely isolated. So it's that way I don't accidentally leak something or. My prior job was IT, but it's your vibe, your speaking voice. Your channel is very relaxing and informative. Oh, that's good. Yeah, a lot of people have said they like the sound of my voice. It's interesting. Some people have said the complete opposite. Most of them, I'd say like probably about 90% of them are like, wow, your voice is so great. You should do audiobooks. And then 10% are like, your voice is the worst voice ever. I cannot stand it, which is kind of amusing. I guess it's really convenient. Like I didn't do anything to have the sound of my voice, and the fact that people like it and it's not super annoying. Because I have met there are some YouTubers. There's actually one channel I remember finding, and it was a really robotic voice. It was like this, AI generated thing, and people kept saying like, "Hey, we want to hear your real voice. Like, please don't use this terrible AI voice." And he said, "He's like, go back and look at my first video," and his voice was just like really, really high pitched and strange, and it's too bad you can't control that. Corrected is the thing I was talking about before, but misspelled. Crooked. Yes, I remember. Yes, I remember what you were talking about from the last stream. Yeah, I was gonna respond to I googled that. Yeah, so you were the one who was asking about like memory on like distributed memory, and I have to say based on like the that piece of software you mentioned, like that is way more niche and advanced than I'm familiar with. So the fact that you even know about that software, I would say you're way further along than I am on researching that topic about how to distribute memory between multiple computers, because that's exactly what you'd have to use. So kind of like kernel level firmware or like a middleware. Also not programmer, but in IT, this is just vibes. You code Java code, I guess. Code. Can't even spell. Code Java like a child. The fact that I use Vim and don't have autocomplete and stuff like that is that's why I'm experimenting with IntelliJ. I honestly, like this coding on this computer is quite painful because I don't have the screen is so small, and usually I'd have multiple monitors, but that's the constraint of live streaming. And if I'm gonna spend hours sitting here, I might as well do something useful. Elite code should be called Goad. I don't code, but you do write huge bash one-liners. Excellent. GNU code. I hate videos with AI speech. There's also a new YT feature to auto-dub non-English videos. And it's too dystopian sound. Actually, yeah, I tried that on my, it only has a few languages, but I went back to one of my how to become a 37-year-old broke loser video and just listened to it in Spanish. It changes the voice quite, it sounds like a different person's voice. Have you tried Cloud CLI? How do you feel about using AI? I use AI for AI image creation is what I use it for most of anything. I have not used Cloud at all. Is GNU Linux? I know it's not. GNU is not Unix. Okay, let's look at whether that's fixed. Oh, look. It looks like the problem has been solved. There's no more leading white space. Although I guess that might be the fact that it's also taking spaces out of there. I mentioned something called LilyVM. I'm thinking of checking out the source to continue my research. Yeah, I mentioned. I mean, if it's linked from that resource you mentioned, then it's probably close to what you want. But again, it's out of my area of expertise. I found GNU lead acid batteries in Santa Cruz. Probably a different GNU, I imagine. Plans to travel, digital nomad stuff. Why not live in Bali for a while? You can code from there. I don't know, for like most of the stuff, like all the filming and stuff, like even though the stuff I have it's not a high-tech video creation, making videos requires a ton of stuff. Like I have to get preamps, and I need lights, and even though my lighting is terrible, I have one like ring light, and they're like it's like $200 for one of these ring lights, and then you can't just, and then you just have the light, so you also got to buy a light stand, and like light stands are like $100, and producing like what you see on the screen is only one component of it, but it's just like, if you want to make videos, there's a whole bunch of junk you have to lug around. When do you build a camper van? Not for a while. I kind of prefer to just be in a place and like set up a base of operations. Vim is also a detergent. Oh yeah, I remember that. I imagine that text in my mind. Okay, that's looking better. It's requires a surprising amount of thought and logic to get text properly justified. But it looks cool when it finally works. Base of operations in Bali would cost you $200 a month to live with your own pool and gym. Yeah, honestly, I don't even know where Bali is. I mean, given how much instability is in the world, I'm not like safety and security and like proximity to something I can like control and secure. Like that's another big priority. Like Ajax is not a function. That sounds like an error message from that happens when you don't have jQuery. You're doing like $.ajax, but you don't have you forgot to include jQuery. Bali is not that cheap anymore. Bali, where is that? Yeah, I don't know. These places are all too far from anything familiar. Bali is a touristic island in Indonesia. Don't think Bali was ever that cheap, at least in my lifetime. Bali's always been the most expensive part of Indonesia. Yeah, I think I'll be staying in North America for sure. Yeah, relocate, like moving is moving is a lot of work. Like I have a lot of stuff like in the how to make a CPU video, all those things. I have those things here and like other engineering components and stuff like that. If I was to move all that stuff to Bali, now I have to like I got to think about like importing stuff, and it's just if you want to go there for a vacation with like a backpack and some swimming trunks, it's one thing, but to and then like how do you operate a business there, and it's just not. If I was rich, moving is for rich people. Honestly, it's because I love to watch his travel vlogs. So I did a live stream. I did a live stream this week of just testing out the mobile live streaming. So I may do. I'll probably try to do like one of those a week, just to test out mobile live streaming in general, because it is it's fairly easy to do. Like actually setting up doing the desktop live streaming is my setup is way more complicated. I have OBS on that computer over there, and I got to like get the windows resized and all that kind of stuff. But for the mobile live streaming, I literally click a button and then I'm live, and it's and I mean the quality of it is lower, but I may just do. I'll probably just do some live streams that are like testing mobile live streaming. So actually, next week I'm going to. Last week I just tested the preamp, the microphone preamp. I'm going to do probably another one. I'm going to go back to that same location and test out. The first test I did was not really successful because I think the batteries died, so I didn't actually get to hear what the preamp sounds like. So I'm going to go with the better battery, and I'm going to test probably another preamp as well, just to see if the audio quality is good, and then I could just probably I don't know. I could just maybe go around and like do some tours of like look at some engineering equipment or something here in Waterloo, or do like stress tests of streaming. If you made your mining game multiplayer, people could play it while you chat in here. Yeah, that would definitely be something that I want to do. There's before I get too like carried away with all the features, I want to fix all the like I want to fix all the UI issues. I think it's because like the game in itself, the game as it is right now, it's kind of incomprehensible and hard to follow, and that's made even worse by like user interface bugs. So once the user interface bugs are all kind of ironed out, then I can start actually adding some of the other features, which multiplayer is I think way down the line though. But money solves all problems. So the more YouTube stuff picks up, and I have not done any client work for a while now, and frankly, even if like I was actually I had been wanting to raise my rates for like almost a year and a half, 2 years, and my plan was when the economy started to recover and they came back to ask me for more work, I was going to say, okay, but rates are going up now, because I didn't increase my rates since like 2017, but of course inflation's gone crazy since then. But what happened instead is the economy kind of never really recovered, and then instead of asking for more work, they said, hey, let's go on pause indefinitely. Uprooting everything, moving away from friends and family, and inserting yourself into a totally different country, different society sounds like kind of thing only complete psychopaths would do to save a buck. Yeah, it's like I think it makes sense at a certain time in your life, like if you're in your early 20s or something like that. That could be a nice new adventure. I mean, that's basically what I did when I came up here. I didn't know anyone up here, and it was like, hey, maybe I'll meet a bunch of people here and put down roots, and I know a few people here. There's actually there are reasons why I would like to stay in the Waterloo region, but over time I'm thinking that like the number of reasons to not live here are increasing. I mean, a significant factor is in my consideration of where to live is family, because if there's like a family emergency or something, and I'm in Bali and I have to like get on a flight from Bali to come back to Canada, it's like I don't want to do that, and then I have to like leave my base of operations in Bali, and I have no idea. Like I don't know what the security situation is there. I don't know where the bad spots in town are. There's not. If I was infinitely rich, I'd have like, I could have a network of safe houses across the world, and have like surveillance cameras and watch them remotely, and I could hire like security staff to stay there and stuff. But I think it makes a lot more sense to have a smaller footprint and safeguard what you have. How familiar are you with P-root? I'm still doing most of my stuff in an environment on Android that isn't rooted. I have no experience at all in rooting phones. I've always just kept my my phones like with the default. Because I know when you root your phone, you open yourself up to like security issues and stuff. And I've always wanted. It's a kind of like part of hacking I just never explored. Think of how long a name server will take to register in India. I'm not sure. You probably remember me asking questions about Wayland and other problems. So I was good at getting back to Linux for the first time since Fedora 4. Your shorts helped me a ton. Thank you. No worries. It's all valuable skill sets you are perfecting. Keep moving forward. India barely has stable power grid. Never mind internet. I thought India actually had pretty good internet. I thought they, I don't know about power stability, but I'm pretty sure their internet's quite fast, at least in a lot of parts. Moving doesn't have to be that far. I mean, at this point, there's no. I think it's. If I move anywhere, it'll be back to New Brunswick. Indian ISPs. Don't cross connect because of competition. Interesting. I'm going to go do 10 push-ups. Push-up cam. I guess I could actually, well, I need a long cable for that. Some of y'all really obsessed with Bali. Yeah, there's a lot of people. I don't know. Honestly, there's a suspiciously high number of people that are like, "Hey, move to Mexico, move to Russia, move to like these random countries." I don't think I'm gonna follow most of that advice. Pboot is not about rooting phones, but it's about getting virtual root environment in Linux without having actual root. Okay. Yeah, I have not done any kind of. In fact, I barely even use my phone that much, to be honest. I check Hacker News, and I receive phone calls, but barely any kind of Linuxy anything on it. Do you listen to music when you work or exercise? Not usually. These old phones, is iPeak cams on OBS? Oh, interesting. Yeah, I guess I've never really gotten around to like reprovisioning old phones. I do have a couple old phones. That'd be an interesting thing to experiment with. Why do you need 32 members? So what I've been doing a series where I just do live streaming until I gain 1 channel member, and then 2 channel members, and then 4 channel members, and I've just been doubling it each time to see where my maximum is. And I'm not sure. This stream I'm behind schedule, so this stream may go for either a very long time or I may not reach my goal. Because 31 would be odd. Yeah, that's true. Tomorrow's goal is 64. That'll be next week. It'll be 64. But I don't know. We'll see what happens with. I don't know. Sometimes the concurrent viewers will just trend up, and I guess if it might be. I think it probably depends on a lot of factors like weather and stuff like that. If there's just a lot of people inside, then YouTube will direct people to the live stream because they need something to watch. I'd love to donate. Is that possible? There is a you can do like super chats, things like so. I guess super chat is like a donation. Google takes 30%, but at the same time, it's I consider it a sacrifice to Google because Google, I think it probably helps Google's algorithm because Google is the one that decides to bring all the viewers in. But you can also, I think if you can find the join button, if you want to join, become a channel member for as little as 99 Canadian cents per month. Maybe tomorrow he's still streaming because we haven't got to 32. Yeah, it might even be that. Explain how cheap it is. Yeah, 99 cents Canadian per month. I think if you, yeah, if you want, I think you can. Yeah, I guess you could just join for a month and then cancel. You may still be streaming for 32 members by next week. I guess it could be if I'm reaching market saturation, because it's probably Google has already taken all the people that really want to subscribe or join, and those people have already joined. Oh, looks like we've got one new member on the student tier. Barden D. Durd. Welcome to the student tier. So we're now at 4 of 32. So we are, what is it, to reduce that fraction? 4 into, so 1/8 the way to the goal. It's not about phones, it's a Linux thing in general, like using ptrace to get privileged access with the root. Okay. Yeah, I haven't, I'm not familiar. I think it was proot, I think you mentioned. I'll join when I get desktop. Sounds good. Good look into Substack too, just to familiarize yourself with other platforms. I probably won't. There's I have my hands in so many pots. Like there's I also have a blog. That used to be one of my biggest sources of traffic for, inbound. People are interested in my stuff. I originally thought the blog, I could embed the videos in the blog, and then that would help bootstrap YouTube. But then making YouTube videos actually went the other way. When I started making YouTube videos, the YouTube videos got way more views than the blog, and actually started to direct traffic the other way. I think given that I have a finite amount of time, I think everything YouTube seems to just have way more engagement. There's way more monetization behind it. So I'm going to continue doubling down on that for growth in advertising. And there's even a couple blog posts that are like I have started that are I just need time to finish. What is your opinion on fruit phones? I have no opinion on them. I don't know anything about them. When did you start shaving your head? I would say I don't shave my head. I have it's like a hair trimmer thing, and ideally I would actually I guess this is probably not too bad, but my hair is pretty thin, so my goal is to get it trimmed to maybe about a centimeter long. I think Substack can take your blog posts and videos, but it's just a suggestion. Does Substack actually make money? I prefer to actually as much as I can. I mean, YouTube isn't really that way. I'm okay with giving my stuff to YouTube because YouTube brings in so much traffic. I put stuff on YouTube and I don't pay anything, and then stuff just gets millions of views. Whereas on basically every other platform, you publish stuff, and then you also have to market it as well. And some of those platforms, like Medium is a platform. Everyone's like, hey, I do a Medium blog and stuff. And that was a good way to get growth. But then they were losing money doing that, and of course then they turned it into a walled garden, and now people have all these blog posts and stuff that are behind a paywall, and you kind of and then everyone started kind of like suppressing and banning Medium articles. When are you switching to Emacs? Never. So you have friends, I guess, who make money off Substack? 6 figures, wow, from Substack. I had no idea that. I guess I'll have to Google a bit more about that. I thought it was like I thought it was just like a Stack Overflow thing where you post stuff and then like you're just giving it to Stack Overflow to make money off of, and then like a bunch of pedantic weird people will argue with you. Yeah, I think. Well, I'll Google into it a bit more. There's always more stuff you can do, but yeah, at any given moment, there's always one thing that shows the most amount of growth, and so that's whatever is growing the most. That's kind of the mathematically optimal place to be, and for the moment, that seems to be YouTube. Friend is definitely in 0.001% owner of Substack. Yeah, I mean, I just thought it was like Stack Overflow. That was like a bunch of people that just posted stuff to get like, fake upvote points or something. The fact that there was even money at all associated with it is interesting. How personal of information would you allow ChatGPT to know? I always ask it advice, but people say we should be scared. I would say anything you tell like one of those AI things, you should expect that it's going to it's going to record everything in your conversation. So, I don't know it's questionable whether it'll be used against you or something, but it may there may be something like where you just ask ChatGPT randomly, like, give me a list of phone numbers, and it may just give like random people's actual phone numbers from other conversations or something. Gotta go to sleep. Enjoy the stream, all. Thanks for the membership. Have a good night. I switched to Xubuntu recently. First time doing Linux, already hooked. Can't believe I've been in Windows all my life. Yeah, it's Windows is getting worse and worse. I honestly haven't even tried Windows in quite a while. It's for bloggers, but also has video and audio. Free plus paid levels. Interesting. I haven't. Honestly, I don't even really. I think there's been a few times when I've Googled stuff, and I think I've come across someone's Substack, but it's not something I use often. Adam Carolla is on Substack. Everyone is on there. I'm not sure who that person is. Adam Carolla. That's why I'm rude. ASF to any chatbot. But then it's gonna memorize all the bad things you said and then leak it someday. It'll get canceled. Is anyone going to explain what a fruit fun is? Must be I think didn't they was it like some like a series of Android phones or something? They were all named after fruits or something. Adam Carolla is the second most popular podcaster after Joe Rogan. Okay. Not familiar with interesting. Boys, I'm referring to iPhone. Oh, you mean by the phrase fruit phone? Yeah, not sure. Don't quite follow. Oh, I get it. Apple equals fruit. Yeah, I don't have any Apple products. So I fixed some of the easy things. I guess I can think about the concurrency issue. Only people deserve our kindness and consideration. Most live streams nowadays are a horrible mess. I like yours. It's calm and dignified. Yeah, I guess I've actually tried to browse YouTube live streams before, and they're mostly just it seems like it's mostly they're like it's like a a camera of the ocean or something, or they don't seem to promote like personal live streams at all. Like Twitch live streams are basically it's all personality based. So I guess this type of live stream is similar to a Twitch live stream, but I've just never gotten around to testing out Twitch at all. So like it's on one of the things on the to-do list. It's just a lot of work to set stuff up. At some point I may test out to like multi-streaming or something. Give me money so I can buy membership so you could end this video. LOL. Just kidding. If I had lots of money, I would give you some. But then I guess I'd just be paying for my own membership, and Google would get 30%. Because apple is general bird for fruit. Yeah, I guess that's the joke. I don't think I've ever heard that term before. A fruit phone. Undergrad CS from here from UWaterloo. What would you say would be a great way to learn C++ for game dev? I like Unreal Engine, but I really want to have transferable skills in C++ too. I would say, honestly, I'm not qualified to speak at all about game dev, even though I'm technically building a game. I'm doing it like in a from scratch thing in Java. In terms of portable knowledge for C++, most of my knowledge in C++ has been in writing a C compiler. So I'm very familiar with C, but not necessarily C++. But if you want to learn transferable skills, I'm actually not super sure. I think C++, the niche for C++ is mainly like desktop applications. I think Rust is kind of the modern competitor for C++. I think the problem that C++ solves is pretty similar to what people are trying to also solve with Rust, and so there's that battle going on there. Like applications and stuff like that, like things. Like the user interface, like this stuff around the window managers, all that kind of stuff. But also, if you want to do game dev stuff, a lot of the game dev stuff relies on interfacing to APIs, like calling out to video cards and stuff like that. I would just say I'm actually not super qualified to speak to what specific things you should be what you should focus on to be most portable for the industry. So we have Welder has since won gifted membership, and congratulations to Smart Pills was gifted a membership. Congratulations. And so now we're at 5 of 32. So we're one membership closer. And Barden D sends 1049. I think that's South African Rand, if I'm not mistaken. Thank you very much. Isn't C++ used in fintech as well? I wouldn't be surprised if it is. Honestly, I don't have much experience. What I would assume that there's a lot of fintech that's done in Java. C++ is, my opinion on the use of C and C++ is you should, like the right language for stuff. The right language choice is usually because you have to use the language for a certain thing. So there was some software that I worked on that was involved like embedded systems. Anything that's touching embedded systems, you basically have to use C and C++ because constrained minimalistic interfaces don't have garbage collection. You manage your own memory. The fact any kind of language that manages memory for you is a disadvantage. So anything that touches like a kernel interface generally has to be C or C++. And I think C++ shines in like doing any kind of string operations in straight C is there's really it's really just like an exercise in badness. So you want at least some garbage collection. So C++ kind of shines when you have some component of your software that needs garbage collection. It needs a bit more object-oriented stuff. It needs you need a bit of like hand-holding, but you still need to interface with these low-level APIs, like signal handling APIs and stuff. Like in this program here, this is in Java. Most of it is in Java, but I also have a JNI library. Yeah, so I have some C++ in here, and I have that in here because I have to use C++. I have no other option because the signal handling stuff is where's it here? Yeah, so this your function to set up a signal handler, the interface to actually do that, to interface to the operating system, does not exist in Java. Or actually, there used to be an interface to that in Java, in like I think the early Sun Microsystems thing. But I tried to find, but it's like been like deprecated, and you have to enable all these flags and stuff like that. But in order to use this, I have to call out to a special a JNI interface that's in Java, and then it calls out to the C++. And so that's really the primary value proposition. That's why you would want to or have to use C++. Let's see, I missed some chats. Why don't you do any collabs with other YouTubers? As far as videos I watched, I don't think you do. I'm not against it. It's just I've too many other things to work on. Just hasn't it has not occurred to me. Hi, how are you, sir? Not too bad. How are you? It's Elon. C++ is used for CUDA, I believe as well. Yes. So when I worked at NVIDIA, I worked on the CUDA automation team, and C++ was definitely used there. I did not actually write any of it. There was a special vector-based language. I think it was some extension to C++ where you could write code, and then it would it could compile it to run on these like highly multi-threaded, 1,000 core graphics cards. So that's an area of C++. Actually, I think if you do like if you search for as for the C++ question, if you search for general purpose GPU computation and like highly parallelizable computation, I think there's a lot of C++. And Google some of that stuff around CUDA because that's not only used for game dev, but if you want to like maximize transferable skills, I would say like highly parallelizable vector computations. And of course, because AI is going to replace everything, I think if you learn about the concurrency issues and like how to debug concurrency issues that come with like C++, semaphores, GPU computation, I think that has the maximum likelihood of giving you transferable skills. Because if you learn the concurrency aspect as well, like you'll have, if you do that in the context of C++, you'll learn the semantics of like semaphores, mutexes, and stuff in C and C++. But you'll also, like, most of those can generalize. So you can implement semaphores in Python or Rust or whatever languages you want. And concurrency, debugging concurrency issues, I think is going to be one of the last things that AI is able to automate. Like AI can give you some gibberish code for like, signaling a semaphore and stuff, but that's one of those things where you actually need like logical proofs to analyze it and understand why a program is or is not going to work, and then also the process of debugging it. Yeah, I think like if you were asked what kind of coding task is something like ChatGPT going to be the worst at solving, it would probably be like a multi-threaded or multi-process program. Pointers, so many pointers. I develop Android apps with Cobalt. Neat. I kind of hate Java, but I'll power through it for the term. And you're not alone. Do you know of any languages that specifically encourage self-modifying programs? I'm not sure. I'm sure there's some obscure, obscure languages that match that description. Self-modifying program, like I guess it depends on whether you're talking about like quines or like programs that can like output other programs and modify them, or if you mean like reflection and stuff. I think Java has quite a bit of reflection and stuff in it. C and C++ sound like a language for manufacturing giant battle robots. I don't know, is that a language? C and C++? Actually, I think I'll probably go to the washroom for a minute. this low pressure stream is for me. I don't like when Primogen yells. Yeah, he's definitely high energy, and that's why I say he's talented, because I don't think I could keep up that kind of energy level for hours. Maybe if I had like lots of energy drinks. And did Australia survive the big swirly thing? I'm not sure what that refers to. I didn't like Prime at first, but he grew on me. Yeah, he's I've definitely watched. I never watch his live streams, but I would say I basically never watch any live streamer. I pretty much only watch stuff always on 2x speed. For me, it's clips or nothing. Can't watch live streams on 2x speed. Yeah, that's the main issue. They should fix that. Wish I could get through my work days on 2x speed. Yeah, that would be nice. Yeah, you'd be fast forwarding your life though. You gotta savor those moments. do a bit of block mining. I think as the live stream continues, my ability to code will go down. There's nothing to savor when working with idiots. Yeah, I mean, it's that's why I have so much frustration with the typical 9 to 5. I mean, it depends on what you work at, but there has to be a little bit more to life than sitting in a cubicle. And I mean, going on vacation for 2 weeks a year or something, it's not that's not exactly, it doesn't quite make up for the rest of it. The cubicle next door, somebody's lunch stinks. You should ask him if he can share some with you. You should stream more often. I've been doing once a week. I mean, I guess if I were to, it would make sense to kind of ease into it. There's a lot of I guess I'd have to figure out some more content and like get my tech setup a little bit better. My coding setup is not really the greatest on this, and honestly, I'm not really good at multitasking. Like talking to chat and coding is difficult. I did some like text justifying some stuff today, but some of the next things are like some concurrency, some like kind of big refactoring stuff. I'm gonna have to like sit down and really think about that for a while before I could do that. And it's be too distracting to do that on stream. I'm gonna try and do a few more mobile live streams, mainly because it's comparatively it's just so easy. Is that my fan making a bit of noise? think it's someone vacuuming upstairs. I'm paranoid about my fans in my computer's dying, because I just spent all this time buying and replacing fans in both my computers. Sometimes I can dev stream by ducking a chat. That breaks when chat starts talking to itself about other stuff. Yeah, for this, a lot of it is like I wrote all the code, and like what I find oftentimes there's I need to like fix something or restructure something, and if I take the time to like remember how I wrote it and how I was thinking about designing it at the time, which like it may take like 3 hours of like looking at the code, then I'll be like, oh, okay, I just add this one thing. I had like one line of code. But if I don't take that time to like remember how it worked when I was writing it, then I'll do this like crazy other approach. I'll be, oh, I gotta make this class and pass this around and stuff, and so it's kind of one of those things. As much as I like to multitask, I'll never be able to read out loud while having a conversation. Brain IO is wetware limited. Yeah, it's I'm definitely my mind is monotasked. Playing this game is my it's about the most I can do while reading chat. I probably should think about some more content. This week I was mostly just working on the script and doing a few other things. But there's probably some. I think I said in another stream I could do some like semiconductor chip review. Ideally, though, I'd have a better platform built. I have a video on that of my rotation platform for CPU. And I almost had that working with like all 3 axes, but it's just another. I gotta spend a few days. I gotta drill some more holes in it and then tap them and add some screws, and it's just I'm in the middle of so many other projects at the moment. I gotta stay focused. I was just listening to your become a 37-year-old broke loser. Fascinating. I know someone who is a self-taught hacker, meth head with no traditional schooling. Some of the things he showed me, nuts. Yeah, I'm sure if you're a meth head, you'll probably write some interesting code. I'm not a meth head, though. I do multitasking a lot in my free time. Gotta say it's becoming a consistent thing I do. Yeah, I guess you could probably practice it. Can you explain static to me in Java? think. It's been a while since I've had to think about this question. Yes, that's actually one of the first things I was going to mention. It's the meaning is kind of different. Okay, so static. Yeah, I guess static methods and variables, you could consider them similar. Basically means it's a non-instance method. So if you put static on a method, it means that class, that all instances of that class only have they all refer to the same one method. So to give you an example of when I use static methods is if I have well, actually, we could just give some. Okay, here's a good example here. So here I have a private static final logger. So I only want one logger in my application. I don't need every single class in the entire program to make an instance of the logger. In fact, that's undesirable, because then every single one of them is going to try and create its own log file. I don't need like 5,000 different log files for every single class in the program. I want every single class that is using the logger to refer to that same logger. So I can create a static for that. And another example is like utility functions. Let's see, do I have more examples? Okay, here I have one for static final block message error types. So this is a thing. So this is a variable with a map. Yeah, so for this variable here, I only need like one copy of this data. It's just it's an association between IDs and error types. So I only need one of that. I don't need one for every single time that I copy it. So if it's just like literal like a list of names or something that happen to be in the class, you can make it a static member. And the consequence of that is if you don't make it a static member, the JVM has to necessarily, every time you have an instance of that class, like let's say you have a static member that's got some big, it's a static array with like 100 megabytes or something. Now every single instance of that class has to have a giant array that has 100 megabytes that's preserved to it. Whereas if you make it static, that means the compiler can say, oh, okay, we only need to partition off one area in memory for all of the you can create 1,000 instances of the class, but if all the members are static, then you only need to keep one copy of them, because there's one piece of information for all the classes, as opposed to like for example this here, the ID in this is creating a copy for every single instance of the class. Hopefully that's makes sense. So the method belongs to the class itself rather than any particular instance object of the class. So it basically conserves memory if objects called use common method, since it has the same info. Yeah, so the pros and cons would, I guess you could probably make different descriptions of like why you would do it for members versus methods. For members, especially, and this actually becomes a really big deal if you're optimizing stuff. If you have like some class with a whole bunch of like different, maybe it even has like some composite object that's a really huge object. If it's like that logger class, there's no reason to have 5,000 instances of the logger class. You only need one. And that's the conserving memory is one reason you'd have it for members. For methods, in my opinion, almost always when I have a method that I think of as like it's a generic utility function that really I could say this function could be in its own. It could be on its own, like it's just some utility function, like concatenate some things together, or like I think I have one like here. That's I think it might be in. It was in block. Oh yeah, so this function is a great example of a static method. So this here, this is just it's a utility function as far as I'm concerned. The only thing it does is it takes some data, and it just takes the byte array, turns it into hex, and so there's no reason it doesn't need to. And the consequence of this is it cannot reference this, so I can't do this dot because when you create an instance of this class, of this block model context class, this has no meaning inside of static, because the whole point of static is it is not able to reference this because it has no this instance. There's only one copy of it. So I guess it can only reference other static member variables or something. Now, let me think. Consequences of advantages of that. I guess when the compiler is setting stuff up, there's I guess going to be extra overhead. So if you have methods, if you have an instance method, then there's probably more stuff you have to set up. The compiler has to set up when creating an instance. Yeah, so if it's a static method, then that declares in the interface that you can do other kinds of compiler optimizations. So for example, if it's a static method, then you might be able to do more inlining of it. So there's more like efficiency and optimizations you could do. I guess unless it references some other static member variables. But it just means there's less constraints around it. But anyway, let's see. I missed some. What is your favorite command? Oh, I have a video about that. It wasn't necessarily coding that he showed me. So it was all the things that go on behind the scenes in the computer world that most people are completely aware of. Your consultant story reminded me. Oh, okay. Yeah, there's I mean, you on one hand you think about going into the industry as like it's all about coding, but there's so much other business nonsense. An instance will not have a copy of static shares it. Yes. Yeah. Thank you to algorithm. I know absolutely nothing about coding, but I find this Fascinating. Oh, that's excellent. I guess the YouTube algorithm is doing its job. Do you have a favorite non-mainstream language? Not really. I don't think. I don't know. I mean, I guess Bash and Shell is kind of it's not necessarily mainstream, but it's I like the minimalism, the fact that you can just there's a lot of stuff that in any other language would take you so much work, but the fact that there's built-in commands for it is quite nice. And it's also kind of the language of like automation. Even if you do something in another language, you need something to run the program. And if you want to like run it in a headless server or something, there's understanding the context of Bash and the terminal, and understanding how to pass like environment variables and stuff like that. All that can't necessarily be done. Well, if you can do it in a language, it's some of it. Even if you do it in like Python or Java or something, usually to do it correctly, it requires some knowledge of the shell environment. Typed public static class so often I made it a snippet. Usually you don't want a static method in a multi-threaded environment, as this needs to be synchronized. Java has this keyword. Yeah, concurrency is really hard. There's so many. I remember reading, there was one Hacker News thread that had some surprising detail in it about concurrency. I forget exactly what the issue was, but it caused some subtle bug because someone didn't have synchronized, or maybe they did, and some of the semantics about it they were confused about. And I think it had to do with code in a previous version of the JVM worked, but then it just kind of silently stopped working sometimes. This is so much more simple in C, since you could just have a global function. Yeah, I think that's kind of how I would think about it. Like for static methods, sometimes you would just have like a method you could imagine just being like a static helper method, or a global helper method. You might stuff it inside of a class, and then just make it static. But there's the semantics around it is the fact that a static method cannot reference member. It can't reference other member functions. Let me think. I'm trying to think of an example, but there's I think there's certain contexts where you might like specify a function or might call a function, but you're only allowed to call a static function, specifically because it's not allowed to talk to other members of that object. See, you have to code the synchronization, i.e. access blocking. Yeah, honestly, I haven't done a whole lot of concurrency in C. I guess you could emulate OOP in C by using a struct and function pointer. Then make a struct object and set the function pointer to the global function to be used by all objects. Yeah, I guess something. Yeah, I think that's kind of like the basic idea of how C++ came to be, was just like have the idea of like a struct that can have function pointers, and there's some like automatic stuff there to automatically set up and delegate to the right function. think the first C++ compiler actually compiled C++ to C. But I think in modern days now it just directly compiles to binary or to assembly or your binary executable. Which brace condition can get aux? Stopping up your program, concurrency is very, very difficult. C pointer to a pointer that points. Had my brain or knots. Yeah, the C syntax for function pointers is so like nested function pointers is pretty insane. C++ is now bootstrapped. Yeah, I imagine it's been for quite a while. I'm gonna eat my chocolate. Linux kernel is full on in C. Yeah, I think it makes sense to keep it fairly restricted. I think C++ is an incredibly complex language, and I think it would have quickly gotten really insane and out of hand. I'm actually kind of surprised that they were open-minded to putting Rust in the kernel, but there's, I guess, controversy around that or something, but we'll see how that turns out. It's crazy since I always thought stuff like inheritance was made for problems that OOP introduced. And so you never needed to use inheritance. I guess it depends what you're writing in C. I think the primary use case for like where C is absolutely the right language is specifically in embedded systems. And of course, like the Linux kernel, like the stuff that is actually useful, the stuff that actually makes the Linux kernel useful is all the like driver interaction stuff and talking to moving buffers around and memory mapped interfaces and setting bit fields and stuff, and setting a bit on something and having to manually wait a few milliseconds and stuff. It's kind of stuff that's because it interfaces with hardware. There's a lot of stuff that doesn't really even map to like a memory managed language. You mentioned that many startups simply trying to scam investors who aren't tech savvy. Couldn't verifying the startup's code is genuine for said investors. The service itself, perhaps as a consultant. I'm sure there are kind of like, there might be a niche of calling in someone to like, forensically investigate like whether they're doing something useful. But I would say a lot of it is like, it's not even in the code. Like the code might be fine and the code might work, but they might just be like building something. Like a typical example would be, like there's, and some of this is like, it's almost like a willful ignorance on the part of the founders too, where they kind of learned to say like, we're going to move fast and break things. And we're going to be like, they'll watch the movie, what was it called? That famous, the Mark Zuckerberg, the Facebook movie where they built Facebook. and they say we're going to do all this stuff. They'll build like a social network site, or one I've seen is companies say they're going to compete with Airbnb. So they build like a functioning site that where you can post like you can post listings for renting housing or something like that, and it's basically just a clone of what Airbnb is, and it functions, and it's like there's nothing inauthentic in the code. But then no one will use the site, and it has no, it's not making money, and they try some gimmick to get people on the site, and they'll say, wait a minute, maybe the design is bad, and so they'll take a site, a functioning site, redesign it, and then just they'll be like, oh well, let's rewrite it in React.js, let's rewrite the backend in TypeScript, and they're just like, at some point they realize like, they don't know how to get sales, they don't know how to get revenue, and there comes a point, I think, in the founder's mind where they're just like, this is, I don't know how to get this off the ground, but maybe if we just fake it till we make it long enough, we'll get some sales, or if we can like pretend that we're doing well, then if we can get, they realize like, okay, I blew through $1 million. Like at first they get $1 million, like, wow, $1 million, that's so much money. We'll definitely be able to build what we want. Then they blow through that money fast. They get, you can hire 10 engineers to work for a year on that. So after a year, you're like, oh crap, we're running out of money. But if I just get a little bit more money, if we just get more, we can build this mailing list, and we can do this, and so, at some point the founder will kind of stop believing in it themselves, but then like, on the outward, they'll pretend that they still think the idea, because their future depends on pretending that it's going to work, and that if they just get a bit more money, if they just do this or that, and so they kind of continue to fake it till they make it, and at the end they have like, a kind of a slightly functional, buggy website that is less good than an existing competitor, and they have no users. And then at that point, the founder will just be like, you know what, who cares? I'll just keep pretending that it's going to work someday. I'll just wait until the company runs out of money. So I think some of them, they don't necessarily start with the idea of like, I'm going to do a scam, but eventually they're like, I don't know what I'm doing. Let's just like, I'll just like raise my salary a bunch. And I've heard of someone else I know right now. They're in a company, and they said the company's not doing well, and they like owe all these people bonuses, and they decided to give a huge raise to the people that are the leadership of the company, and that probably means they're going to go under soon. All right, I got some getting behind on chats. Linux has its own STD library. Nothing from outside is allowed. Yeah, that makes sense. I just saw a video where the teacher was talking about a student who discovered that programs had different behaviors depending on whether or not they're being piped or redirected. The teacher was talking about a student. Yeah, I think if you check if standard in is a pipe or not, then that's one of the things you can do. The ls program is an example of that. If you pipe it, if you just run on the command, you'll get the ASCII characters, but if you pipe to a file, then it turns that off. Welcome to our newest channel member, G-TN. Welcome to the student tier. So that we were at 6 channel members now. So it's 6 of 32. We're getting there. What really makes me mad is so many teachers and professors push the idea that OOP is better for large projects, while the Linux kernel is proof that the opposite is possible. Yeah, I think, honestly, the Linux kernel works at such a scale that I can't even, I don't even know if I have a lot of comment. I've never actually worked on a project that operates at that scale before. Well, I mean, I guess I've contributed to company code bases, which is, I mean, at Amazon, the code base was probably, on par with that level of complexity, but that was all Java stuff. But at the same time, it's also it was a different type of code. What the code needed to do for that was a bit different. I think honestly the right language choice is not absolute. It depends on what you're doing, and I think C. So if you look up things like bit fields and the situations where you have to use the volatile keyword in CWord, like those are situations like if you have weird registers where when you write to the register, when you write to the register and then try to read from it, it doesn't like read back the same value, and if you read too quick or something like that, like there's all kinds of weird things that only exist in the embedded systems world. And for those cases, like you would not use Java to set up an interrupt handler, for example. Linux is pretty open-minded on Rust in the kernel. Yeah, I heard they're experimenting with it. Apparently printf use different buffers depending on output stream. That makes sense. Code is only part of it. Yeah. OOP is a must on higher levels. Business software development. Yeah, I think that makes sense. You could make a Java course on Udemy. Many would probably watch it. But there's lots of stuff I could do, but everything takes time. Java is good. This can be thrown metrics on. How to keep your butter knives sharp enough to slice through silicon. I only managed to cut them with steak knives. Oh, it's a secret recipe. It's all part of the proprietary manufacturing details of semiconductor manufacturing. Have you heard of the AI CYC? It's completely hierarchical based neural network, very much like OOP. Never heard of that. Many startups don't know what they're doing. Indeed. Sester says, hello, how's it going? Draw says, Robert, how do you secure your workstation? I mean, it's various things you can do. Make sure you're up to date. Firewalls. Make sure hosting as few things as possible. I love bit fields. Yeah, they're an interesting quirk. When I was working on my C compiler, I found a case where of like an obscure case of C syntax where you can actually crash the Clang compiler by putting it was like a syntactically valid thing where you could put a switch statement inside of a bit field quantity, and it would crash. Clang. I think the article was called "How to Get Fired Using Switch Statements and Statement Expressions." That was one of my popular articles for a while. When bored in a C role, I taught myself PostScript language. Oh, okay. Yeah, I looked into a bit of that for when I was doing my printer video. It's better and faster to shift than to loop. I guess probably depends on context. I use App Locker when on Windows. I really want to go back to Windows 10. The UI of 11 is too round. It's like fake macros. I haven't used Windows in a long time. I thought about some sound effects or music in the minor game. That could be done, but it's not at all on the roadmap for the moment. I mean, what is your way to go? Do you use SE Linux, any monitoring stack, or just audited EB, PF stuff? Honestly, I don't have any kind of super tight stuff. One of the biggest things I try to do is just focus on like minimizing attack surface. So one of the first things I do when I do an install is just see what services are running and then shut down some of the weird stuff that I don't use. I mean, I have multiple computers, so I for a while I was running Fedora. But usually I just use Ubuntu, and Ubuntu doesn't have SE Linux on it. I think you can put SE Linux on Ubuntu, but I think it's easy to brick your installation. And I don't know, I actually don't know SE Linux very much. I only learned it enough to do those 2 videos. And in my opinion, SE Linux almost seems like SE Linux seems like it would in itself would be used as a monitoring tool. Like there's watching some of the videos on it, they said that if you have a policy violation that shows up in the log, it means you've either found a bug or you've been compromised, which I think is an interesting. Like the way SE Linux works to when you have like something is access denied, like the log itself of policy violations is can be used to create the rules to allow stuff, but it's also used for like monitoring. But yeah, on my main workstation, I don't have anything super crazy. Mint, hit the super, what is key? Type firewall app comes up listed. What's your opinion on the release of new coding model Cloud Sonnet 3.7? I have no opinion on it. I have not followed up on that at all. Old Mika says, hi, how are you doing? How's it going? Not too bad. I avoid using the heap in C when possible. There's a reason NASA does that as well. I guess the main reason is the heap. If you're doing safety critical stuff that needs precise timings, you have to. If you're using a heap, now you have the garbage collection can be. The timing of it is not precise. So if you have like a hard real-time system and you try to do like a heap allocation, you don't know how long the heap allocation is going to take. So I think that's one of the main reasons, but it depends what you're writing. If you're writing safety critical embedded stuff, then you shouldn't be using heap. But if you're writing like calculator app, then it doesn't matter. CentOS 7, that was my very first distro. Such a pity what Red Hat did to CentOS. Yeah, I think it was actually one of the first server distros I used, but since then I haven't really linked into it. Honorable Bunny says, have a good stream, Robert. You're killing it. see the rest of the stream tomorrow on YT. See you later. The GNOME theme on it for me was pure nostalgia. Dangling pointers, use after free, and manual memory management all stem from using heap. Still have that VM image lying on my 2015 Mac. Thanks for the response. No worries. Yeah, if you're securing a workstation, I mean, if you're in a corporate environment, I think most corporate environments have like some people who are like actively monitoring the network and like looking to see what's talking to what on the network. If something's talking to something else, it shouldn't be, then that becomes a red flag, and people will come over and talk to you. But I mean, it's hard to say. There's so many things that you can do to keep yourself secure. Like the biggest way to get compromised is, of course, if someone sends you an email or tells you to, like, it's a user error. The user opens their access to something that they shouldn't. I used to use Linux a lot, but I switched back to Windows, so I was wasting all my time configuring and tweaking it. Windows 11 plus WSL gets the job done. I used Arch, by the way, pass, but who cares? I used Arch for a bit, but I found the same thing. There was just too much stuff to mess with. Like, stuff was always breaking, and it made, like, to get anything done. That's why I just use Ubuntu, because it seems to work pretty well. Although the recent version, I have some issues with the NVIDIA drivers, but hopefully they fix that. I guess it's supper time. Maybe we should take a break. Oh, we got a super chat. An OK85. That's have a drink on me from Glad Region. Thank you very much. And that's your first super on the live stream. Yeah, I didn't expect to really get any chat revenue on this one, but we're already up to $55. All right, I think maybe with that I'll do as you say, and I'll grab myself a tea. I'm out. All right, I'll be back intermittently. No, Robert, still going. Yep. Create a CPU that gives you 837373747477 4 channel numbers. That sounds like a good idea, but I would if I could. I would become channel member, but I'm broke. That's alright, you can just hang out for free. Gotta update my BIOS, study for a bit. Don't have any power outages. And recompile my Windows 11 system. Hey buddy, holy cow. I can't believe I get to actually chat with you. Well, here it is, I guess. I was watching several of your videos. They were really enjoyable. I like your rich and interesting history. Thank you for the kind words. Which videos did you watch? can tell you put hours of work into editing your content. I wish I had more to say. Hopefully you can meet your goal. Well, thank you for the positive words. My SD card memory failed and I lost my Debian 11. I'm trying to reinstall it. I can't seem to get LXDE or VNC working. Command prompt only. I don't know. I don't have any advice for fixing that issue. I'm looking into SE Linux Red Hat thing from a long time ago. on kernel level, secure workstation in a business environment. From my brief experience with SE Linux, I think it makes the most sense if you're if you don't install much new stuff, if you like use the same if you're always using the same software stack, because it seems like you really need to tune the permissions to like exactly what you routinely use. Currently, I watched only 2. Your long form video actually popped up. I'm gonna recommend it. Here's a guide how to become a broke loser. Yeah, that one went pretty viral. Follow-up video. I'm quite new member recently. Well, hopefully you found some insights in those videos that you can use to improve your career path. Updated BIOS and it went well. No power outages. Excellent. Been waiting all week for this stream. Yep, it's the long-awaited 2 to 5 channel numbers. We'll see. This one is going a lot slower. For the other ones, it was I think maybe like 1 member every 45 minutes. But I guess we're at it's like maybe one member every. It's like over an hour. So by that rate, by the current rate, it would take like 30. It'd probably take like about 38 hours to reach the goal. Which I don't know. Staying up for 38 hours. It's I mean, I guess I could just like I could just sleep here, or I guess I technically I could just like leave the live stream running. But that'll probably hurt my metrics. Personally used command level access control on production, as I use CGI and Perl to produce web pages. Yeah, I'm not super familiar with SE Linux. I learned SE Linux enough to make those 2 shorts videos that I did. Did you add anything new in your game since last stream? No, there's been no. This week I've been working on a script for a new long form video. I did do fixed a couple like user interface issues during this stream though. What it means, Perl command can restrict what can do and for where it can read or write, get an access to the network, etc. It's cool stuff. Yeah, there's it's an interesting SE Linux is in my opinion, it seems like a well thought out method of doing security. The fact that you can have like kind of classes of things and the fact that like individual ports and stuff like that can have like permissions associated with them, which is not. I'm not super familiar with all the different like permissions control, access control things, mechanisms on Linux. I think the competitor on Ubuntu is I think AppArmor, which doesn't have as many fine-grained controls, and I think the it's kind of just up to you to like take the log error messages and try to make sense of them to try and figure out how to actually get stuff to work properly. But in SE Linux, you can take log statements and then turn them into policy rules. How are you doing in terms of new job prospects? Will you consider streaming on Twitch? It's on my to-do list to like actually try out Twitch. I think for now, basically all the data and metrics and stuff are on YouTube. So it just makes sense. I would need to figure out a method of multi-streaming. And then the other thing is I have to figure out like how do I work with two different chats. So there's some people have recommended some like apps and stuff to multi-stream, but I don't know which ones are like actually trustworthy. I don't really want to give some random app access to my YouTube and all my accounts. Hackers will try to inject code, all that sort of stuff. This can handle via this system. Yeah, it's basically like just SE Linux can exist in addition to all the other like permissions and stuff. And I think you can assign it. You can also assign like things like shared objects and libraries and like the permission to access memory and stuff. Can all individually be associated with permissions and groups and stuff. I'm not an expert on it, but I think that's an interesting. It's an interesting way of doing it. I like to contribute my story. Similar, only I'm a almost 32-year-old broke loser. I'm an IT contractor who has what seems like a spotless record. However, COVID destroyed my customer base. Yeah, it's COVID really messed up a lot of stuff, and I mean we're all still kind of in the midst of bouncing back from it. And now there's so many other secondary like tariffs and world wars and OBS chat integration. Yeah, I think the newest version of OBS has that. But I try to run the like Ubuntu, the long-term service versions, and I think like the default like OBS snap for Ubuntu 24, like the simple one you install, doesn't have that feature yet. But I guess technically I could just download I'm sure I can download a package. Like I can probably download and run one outside of the package manager, but it's just something I have to get around to, and it has to become a priority before I can get there. I'd rather system and stuff, even hardware. Problem is, after a while, eventually drop into a cubicle to resolve software problems. I'm going to keep this window to support you. Yeah, I guess it keeps my concurrent viewers up. How many members as of right now? So right now, I have gained, since the start of the stream, 6 new channel members. So six of 32. So that means that at this current rate, it would take a very long time to meet the goal. In the meantime, I have to do some work and eat food. Have a good one. See you later. Thanks for stopping by. It's hard to find coders that don't need Copilot or AI. Huh. It's interesting. To me, AI and Copilot and stuff that hasn't existed for very long. Using AI is like one of the last things I think of at the moment during coding. I mean, it can't be that many coders. There's got to be still quite a few coders who are still coding without AI. I've used Copilot once or twice to point me in a direction when documentation was poor, but I haven't made a habit of it. Yeah, I have. I guess as time goes by and I think more about like how I could use AI, I have occasionally thought like, hey, ChatGPT would probably exactly answer this question, like for like kind of early research on how to perform a task. So then I know like exactly what to Google, but I definitely have not used it to write any code yet. I'm trying to stay away from it. Microsoft recall for Windows 11 seems insane. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. They took that away and then they like trying to re-enable it and stuff, and like it just seems it seems crazy. Such like it's like the most draconian overreach ever. Like, are they what if you're a lawyer? Are they gonna like take all of your confidential information and then feed it into this AI or something? So then like the next version of ChatGPT is going to be like, you'll ask it like, give me an example of confidential information from a legal case, and it'll be like, sure, I'll do that. Here's a thing that some lawyer typed on their computer. Don't understand the need for having two hacking tools that are seemingly baked into the OS. Keylogging and screenshots. Yeah, and the worst part is it's going to get hacked and they're just going to leak everything, and they'll be like, oops, we apologize for the inconvenience. I'm sticking to GPT. However, you're able to run AI locally with Olama in an office environment. If you're looking for a bit more privacy and have the power. Yeah, if I had if I had more time and money and resources, it'd be fun to like get a nice, super fancy computer with a bunch of GPUs in it and play around with some of these large language models locally. It's already been used. Too much confidential data and training sets. Yeah, people are starting to get disturbingly relaxed in their their lack of proper operational security. It's just like second nature for companies, for like people who work at a company, just take confidential company data and paste it into something on the internet, or like formatting tools, or upload it to someone's cloud, or I'd love to launch an LLM locally if I could do it in 2 megabytes. Yeah, you mentioned you've been working on really constrained hardware. There's got to be some places you can find for to find some better. I don't know, maybe like one of the local second-hand shops. You could probably find some pretty good hardware there. The other day I had a wake-up call. Honestly, thought I had decent OPSEC and realized how wrong I was trying to switch over to Nobra. Seems to have a lot of Windows compatibility baked in. So I don't know if this is the best option. Still trading convenience for security somewhere. Yeah, it's it's hard to be secure these days because even when you do everything right, like companies like they're adding so many nonsense features to web browsers and stuff that it's like constantly 0 days being introduced, and all these new new like service discovery features and all right, I'm gonna rinse my plate off. I'm gonna change the exposure on the camera. OESL stopped working, but I can run Ollama LLM in Docker. I'm not familiar with Ollama LLM. Is it just like what do you do with it? You just input some training text and then you can like give it prompts like ChatGPT. Is that how it works? How good is it? Like let's say you spend $5,000 on like a good desktop computer. Can you run it on that and get like decent results? Depends on bit depth. My PC is 700 euros, but it produces decent AI output. Should get very, very good results, yes. I'm using it for a lot of transcript work where ChatGPT gets too lazy. Wow. So you can do results that are better than ChatGPT? I guess probably with special training. That's crazy. I would have thought like a 700 pound PC would be. I wouldn't think you'd get like anything. I think I remember seeing someone say a while ago that, like, having like a top of the line video card after training for like multiple days on this massive data set, they were able to get like 1 + 1 = 2 or something. you say you use it for transcript work. Is this for like content creation, or? I would not have assumed that a 700-pound computer would be like using AI, like any kind of large language model AI, to produce any meaningful economic output now. But I guess maybe I'm actually starting to get really behind. All the different models are somewhat bulky. Different ones for different tasks. See, my lights are not really arranged well. I've used it to make tutorials from technical YouTube clips. Now I'm translating lectures to neat latex. Yeah, I mean, it sounds like there's a... it depends on how good the quality of the output is, but it sounds like there might be a gold rush. I'm sure there probably is a gold rush of going on, especially if you're okay with like the kind of like mass generated, good enough content. I guess that's why Google was kind of giving up on search, because I'm sure by now they're getting flooded with so many like, just imagine asking having like an API call. I mean, you could have like a recursive thing you submit to ChatGPT. You could say, ChatGPT, give me a list of 10 interesting blog posts that I could do. Then it'll give you 10 interesting blog posts, and then you just say, okay, take the first one, pipe it back into ChatGPT, say make a blog article on this, and then just auto-publish it. And then like do that as fast as you can possibly do it. I program in Lua and a bit of Python, Tail and Ruby, trying to understand what you're doing coding-wise. C#, I've never done C# before, but trying to understand. I guess you mean in reference to some of the large language model stuff. I assume most of the LLM stuff is not even that much programming, but it's probably just about setting up the model that someone else programmed. Oh, the this file here is this is Java. I think this was an example. Someone asked about static methods in Java. Now, just open this because it has a static method in it. The overall application is the block mining simulation game. I guess we might as well play that for a little bit. Oh, we have a new channel member. ZYS Zisliffy. Welcome to the member tier. So we're now currently at 7 new members of the goal of 32. So we're getting close to being a third of the way there. Let's go. Much love from Ziz. How's it going? So for now, I guess I'm going to space out for a bit and play some block mining game. I think the longer I go, the worse I'm going to get at coding. Or I don't know, maybe I'll catch my second wind after a bit. Gotta go to sleep. Good luck hitting that 32. Have a good night. Thank you for the kind words. I'm back. Was it you who had the math test? If so, how did it go? Did you get 100%? The Magnificent Seven. Don't know exactly how I did, but I know I did well. That's good. At least you sound reasonably confident you didn't flunk, so that's the main thing that matters. Arm's going to sleep. believe I didn't notice it was Java. I coded a bit for Minecraft mod about a decade ago. I guess if you don't see stuff, it kind of goes away. It might also be the fact that I'm in the terminal, because most Java programmers don't program in the terminal. Yeah, I used Eclipse back in the day. One of the things that the thing that really stopped me from using Eclipse was when I was at Amazon. How they we had to work on these workstations that only had 4 gigs of RAM, and they would always run out of memory, and they we had to run all these high memory distributed systems to like. There was a software that we were developing, and it would run out of memory and crash. And it would take like 30 minutes to, it would crash the VM. So eventually I was just like, you know what, I'll just code everything in, right in the terminal in Vim. And I never had any more crashes. You're the type of guy to say flunk? I'm not sure what you mean by that. You mean just the word itself, or? That's crazy, Roo. A company with that amount of money. Believe it, I've seen some really under-spec'd stations, these types of high test environments. Yeah, I think it was. I think they maybe acknowledged that it wasn't enough, but I think it was. It depends what people worked on. It was enough for other people, I think, who didn't really need to do what we did, but yeah, and I think in like the bureaucracy, like you couldn't just buy a new computer and bring it in, because everything had to be like, you know, ultra secure and whatnot. So I think you would have had to go through their like, you know, company provisioning process and stuff. And I think there's probably just the logistics. Like if you asked for it, probably some person who had no idea why you would even want that would be like, is this really necessary? We've got 32 gigs to play with. I run low memory. Run low in memory all the time. Yeah, I mean, it's also, that was also 12 years ago now. So back then, like, I think like like 16 gigs probably would have been like standard, like a standard decent desktop. And like, 8 is like not that much. I think it was 4 gigs. I mean, possibly maybe it was even 8 gigs or something. But I remember like what we were running was like to test. Like basically, we were running local copies of the production Amazon Web Service infrastructure of like 3 different distributed systems. And so it's not too surprising that they ran into memory. We need a membership counter on a whiteboard in the background, sticky note on the wall. There is a counter on the side. Like if you look over to the left-hand side, it says where it says chat revenue and new members. It's not very big. I guess there's probably some way to like zoom in on that. What I've noticed for myself is that lack of resources has always sparked motivation. You end up getting really creative and able to come up with some really neat concepts. Yeah, I guess it forced me to double down on doing everything in the terminal, which I actually got chewed out for at work. Client complained the other day that after a software update, support was not opening. They had 4 gigs of RAM on Windows 8.1. Nice. You're right. I see new members on the stream video. You're not obtuse. There's actually quite a few people. Well, it's actually quite a few people who have asked regularly, like what is the current count, and they've said that I should have a counter and stuff. It's not super prominent. I guess it's not really even super clear. It just says new members, but I guess if I zoomed in on that and like made it bigger or something, but I don't know if OBS has like a magnification thing. I think I'd have to stretch out the window, but it's an issue because I'm taking two of the windows from the stream UI, and if I like since they're browser windows, if I make them bigger, it'll make both of them. It'll make the chat bigger and the other thing bigger. Like it starts to get hard to align. And then when I come back into it in OBS, it'll be all like if I ever reset it, all the windows will be off. I wish there was a way to like save the I guess the last few times I opened to OBS, it seems to remember everything. Well, I guess maybe I can do a bit more of the code review. How can you make so many blocks seemingly at once? How can you? So the in the current version, if you get successively better pickaxes, when you mine, it mines out to a larger radius. That's just a simple change I've added for now. So I gotta make the game to extend the game loop a little bit more. Now let's see. I'm starting to get kind of spaced out, but maybe I can. Since I'm streaming and I gotta focus on something, might as well maybe look at the that concurrency bug. Actually, maybe this would be better. So this here is the separate thread that handles all of the writing to the console. So the idea is this should be the only thread they can write to the terminal, and all the other threads have to basically ask it to write stuff. And the issue is that actually there's a bunch of race conditions because I want to structure it so that the different frames on the UI can be different threads, and they just like send messages about what they want to print. But if I'm resizing, there's a race condition where it like double prints some of the borders. I think I have some kind of a notify message. Oh yeah, this code. This is a kind of nightmare. I remember messing with this. This is like super brittle. But I did it just to get the basic frame, the basic 3 frames working. And eventually the idea will be to refactor this a bit so it's like kind of more generic. That all seems good. Thanks for explanations. Honestly, I never really understood the concept of race conditions since I am fully self-taught. At least until I encountered it for myself. Yeah, I guess the general concept of a race condition is just well, just that it's when the outcome depends on a race of somewhat random variables. And in this case, if you have So when stuff changes, I have this function to say notify all frames that the focus has changed. And I think let's go. Implementation. Yeah, it's doing yeah, so when I guess I'm setting a focus change event to all of the different frames, and then so it tells it to render it. But I think what's happening is some of them are rendering. They're receiving different information. Yeah, so some of them are receiving, I think, outdated information about the size of the frames. So I think what I need to do is maybe send out those events. But by the time the thread is actually rendering, there may be a new event on its way. So I think I'll probably have to have some like a shared variable that's protected by like a mutex or something. But there's like a I'll probably have like a version ID associated with the frame dimensions. And so this thing will just keep sending the frame focus change event, and then on the other end it'll receive that, process it, and call into the same mutex function to say like get me the latest. Yeah, maybe this can pass. It'll probably pass like the the version ID or something, and then that ID that's associated with the event gets then fed back into the call on this method in the console writer thread state to make sure that it's actually getting the right dimensions. I don't think I'll get around to making that happen on stream. At least well, I have a crude way of handling it, so I'm sure there are better ways. Again, I'm technician by trade. I'm not really a full programmer. So what I do is task out of wait. Probably not the best. Kind of gross. Yeah, I think the so doing like weights, adding like random delays and stuff is generally not too it's not the ideal approach. So the most the most robust solution almost always if you're adding weights, like weights of arbitrary time, or wait, so you said that task.wait. So if that's a blocking call, if it's if you're like waiting for a task to complete, then that makes sense. If it's like blocking on an event, that's usually the way to solve these kinds of concurrency problems. But if it's like a task.wait for like an arbitrary specific time, usually those are not if you know for sure that if you can add random delays and you can prove that the given delay that you add is sufficient, then it's still you can prove that it works. But often if you just put like time.sleep 5, then you might be just trading one race condition for a different race condition. But concurrency is one thing, but the synchronization aspect is usually the most difficult aspect of multi-threading and multi-programming. Trying to get things get code to be executing in the right place at the right time. Hi, do you play any video games? For a while I played Minecraft a bit. I haven't, honestly, in the last 10 years I haven't really played many video games other than Minecraft. Show us how to make USBs now. Are you here for my how to make a CPU video? And I guess technically I play my own block mining simulation game, which I'm working on right now. Let's see. I guess I don't have any videos on how to make USBs. I have some other videos on microchips. Those ones don't get many views. It's on my feed every couple weeks. It's a classic. Oh, that's good. It's got a lot of views. So thankfully everyone knows how to make a CPU now. We'll never have another semiconductor shortage again. how to make a computer vid. It was recommended to me last night as well. Yeah, that video is, I mean, it gets like thousands of views per hour, 24 hours a day, and it has been doing that for months now, which is great. Although I need to get more videos out, because I think that's not sustainable. Eventually, it's gonna stop trending. I gotta go. Hope you get your members. I'm broke. No worries. Thanks for stopping by. Very, very clickable title. Yeah, everybody has a CPU, and I'm sure lots of people wondered how to make their own. Hi, bro. You're an inspiration to me. Oh, thank you for the kind words. Just watched the video. It's off the chain. At least it requires a rock. Should be good to go. As for other items, might well be in trouble. Yeah, it's hard to find photolithographic masks these days. Have you ever thought about moving to another country to work there? I believe you would be so in demand in my country. Yeah, I don't know. I would say I'm not going to move to another country anytime soon. There's lots of people tell me to move to Mexico, move to Russia, move to some random Caribbean island, go to Europe, go to Romania, go to but I don't know. I have a few routes here. It's a lot of work to move to a totally different place and bootstrap a life from scratch. I was a front-end developer for 4 years. Recently I quit my job. Took some rest. Now doing side projects. Yeah, I guess it depending on where you worked at, it could have been definitely if I had actually taken full time at any of the places I was considering going, I would have needed a break. A lot of people don't even last 1 year at some of the big tech companies. The last live vid for 16 took 5 hours, so this one could take 10 hours. I extrapolated about 11 hours, but so in the current, I think the other one was getting, I was getting like one new member every like 45 minutes or so. So I guess that would have made this one. Well, if you doubled the last time. Yeah, the first year we were getting like one every 45 minutes. Anyway, the point is this one is way behind schedule if I was going to meet the goal. So it's actually at we're at 7 members right now. So that's like less. I'm not sure what the time is, but right now, but that's less than 1 per hour. So that would put it at like almost 40 hours it would take. So I don't know. I'll keep going for a while longer and see what happens. But this might be the first one where I do not meet the goal. I must say there's a lot outside of front end. I'm setting up server and SSL certificates and everything. Interesting. I would have figured a lot of that has been like automated with like AWS. You can automate SSL certificate set up and stuff. Well, but I'll leave my laptop on. Gotta go and take care of my dog and life. I'll be back later if you're still live streaming. Just make sure to hydrate and to not kill yourself. All right, I'll try. I remember you got some members by taking a break, so you should take a break and see if you get some members. Yes, I've eaten twice throughout this live stream. Even though I'm financially not doing good, I'm enjoying. Yeah, I think the members should be only for people who are, the rich Silicon Valley people. Anyone who's anyone who's on difficult financial times. There's plenty of people who are gainfully employed full time. Probably a lot of them are. I guess today's Saturday. But maybe as the evening goes on, there'll be some of the Silicon Valley bros will log on, join the stream. I just thought of a thing that might do what I want. So we create a non-static What are we building? We're working on a terminal-based block mining simulation game. So for some demos of it, you can check out some of the other live streams, and if you skip around, you'll probably see some examples of me playing the game. Right now, I'm trying to figure out how to fix a race condition with rendering. Because it'll get in a state where it's like some of the borders are double printed. what is supposed to happen and what is happening. What is happening is when I try to resize the game, sometimes it'll some of the frames will like draw in a certain area, but then because they're getting an out of date description of their frame boundary, it's double printing some of the frame borders. So basically it's just characters that show up that are not supposed to be there. And the goal is to add something so it can, if you're resizing the UI really fast, then that doesn't happen. What do you think about the Mozilla Firefox thing? Are you following that? No. I'm not. I know there's been a lot of drama with Firefox, but amazing thing, he is coding up his terminal. Okay. He's coding up his terminal game. There's a bonus for all new channel subscribers. Oh yeah, I forgot that. To get a license to play the game, you have to be a channel, or you have to have at least given me $1 in the past. What about doing rendering when user is not resizing? The resizing happens as a result of an event. So there's really no state that the user is in of being resizing it. They just get like, it's a stream of events. So when the resize event happens, then I just have to reprint. But if you're resizing a lot, then it can get out of date. Where are you doing? I'm working on my terminal-based block mining simulation game. Firefox terms of service has changed and folks were scared. It meant that they would start selling user data, but they are not selling people's data. It was just rage bait news. Yeah, I don't know. It's there's been a bunch of drama at Mozilla. I don't really follow it. Terminal-based game. That's wicked. So much strings to handle. What are you working on? I'm working on a terminal-based block mining simulation game. You can see some examples in, I guess I have a few videos on it. So I guess I've been playing the game a lot in some of the last few live streams. What would I do if I was in front end is debounce? What I would do if I was in front end? Oh, like event debouncing, like so, kind of batch the events or something. Yeah, it's yeah, probably like I'm going to be forwarding like an ID associated with the so each time I send the frame a message to reprint itself, I'm going to increment an ID. And so that might basically have the same effect as like basically interrupt debouncing. Now, what was that method called? It was called on frame focus change. This block mining game is for channel subscribers. As bonus, you can get a license to play the game for joining up. Oh yeah, that's oh yeah, I forgot that's one of the perks. I should have advertised that before. What's all the multi-threading for? It is for the fact that there's quite a few things that happen in the game, and making it all multi-threaded makes the responsiveness better. So that way the user interface is in a separate thread from stuff like the chunk loading and the chunk initialization and stuff like that. Like rendering blocks. Yeah, all of the user interface printing, including like everything, the UI, the frames, the text and stuff. All of it is in one thread, and then other individual tasks are in other threads. One of the most meaningful examples is chunk initialization. So it uses a random number generator to generate the terrain, and that has nothing to do with the UI itself. If I'm not mistaken, not batching, but skipping some events. Oh, by the way, I think it heavily depends on nature of the events. Yeah, I'm getting kind of tired right now, but I think I'm gonna try to something I think I can do with. It's not gonna be like an insane amount of code, so I'll try and come up with a haphazard way of doing this. What happened at your meetup during reading week? I saw a video about that recently. Yeah, so I did that, and there were 20 people who came to the event, and I handed out some microchips, and then we went to the plaza. I wasn't sure if anyone would come or if it'd be a lot of people, or I thought if it was only a couple of people, we'd just go to the plaza and eat. But eventually we decided we'll just like separate into groups and get our own food, and then come back to the math building and chat about YouTube videos and math and stuff at the university, and the future of AI and stuff like that. I like Java, but it makes me write very IDE code, very wide code. How many channels so far? We are currently at 7 channel members. How long have you worked on this project? It's difficult to quantify that because I take significant breaks on, probably like over a year or something. Let's see. Where'd you come up with the channel member challenge idea? I thought it was just a random goal to try out. If you fail at 32, will you continue with 16? That's a good question. I haven't decided what I'm gonna do if I fail 32. I think I should probably that probably means no more membership goal challenges. I'll have to come up with some other kind of live streaming until something happens. See, this is difficult to solve this specific problem because I think I can send out the notifies to tell different threads to repaint, and it can technically be a different frame that has outdated information that's overwriting the wrong frame. Have you married? I asked it a couple months ago. Nope, no marriages. You got married to Linux? That's close enough, I guess. Linux is cheating on you? The chat revenue went down. It was at $55, and then that's interesting. It must be maybe people did chargebacks or something. That's weird. I wonder what the story behind that is. Maybe need to check which frame is needed to be changed. The thing is, they all get notifications if they need to be changed. The issue is, so well, I can probably compile this. Let me just, let me actually see what this does. Can't do plus on atomic long. Let's see if this compiles and runs. Long day, man. You're still at it. Yep. We'll see. We'll see what happens. So the issue is, so in this user interface, there are three threads and 3 frames. There's this one here, there's this one, and this one down here. And each of them is responsible for drawing themselves. Yes, it's using Spring Boot. And so when I change this, see, that doesn't look too bad. So when I move this around, the thing I did, I don't know if it'll, it might just make the race condition. Okay, there we go. See this here? This frame here is being drawn here. And that is because on every single, like when I change this, like one tile, by 1 value wide, it sends for each change, it sends a message to all of these to draw yourself again. But when I send a lot of them, what's happening is it's like queuing up probably a bunch of them. And I think even for this like help menu UI, it's actually kind of expensive to render this. So I think it's slowing down that thread. And so this one is receiving messages to print this frame that are outdated. It's using outdated frame information. So so by the time this thing is printing the latest frame, and it knows to go over to here, this thing still thinks it's over here, and so it's printing outdated information into here. Yeah. So I guess technically, one solution would be if every frame if every frame indicated that it had finished the last print, what that would mean is that if one frame was slow, it would block all the other ones. But technically, I guess that's that makes sense, though. That would have to happen because yeah, I guess it kind of defeats the purpose of them being multi-threaded in a way. But I'll have to think about what's a sensible way to do this. Because one slow frame that thinks it has outdated information can overwrite and mess up the other ones. I have the same thing in my cursors program, LLC. That's so interesting. Must be a large code base. I'm going to dive into your Git. Yeah, there's a link in the description if people want to check out the code for it. And actually, that's another bug there. Like, there's something in here, but when I'm moving this, so okay, yeah, there you can see the map. And I move that, map disappears. It's another bug. So many bugs. I'm gonna fix those before I people have asked for more kind of interesting features and stuff, but I gotta fix the UI stuff. Otherwise, it's the number of UI bugs will make it like a nightmare, and it'll be very difficult to it just gets harder and harder to debug one bug when you have 500 other bugs. It's really difficult. I have nothing of value for you, but look at it. You have a very, very good night, my man. I'll randomly creep on this if I'm still up. Yeah, don't worry about trying to debug it or anything. I won't accept people's code contributions. I just have to think about the right way, because I also like, there's ways to fix things that involve adding tons and tons of code, but I try to usually focus on like keeping the code base small. Microsoft has proven that new features, not fixing bugs, is the way to make money. Yeah, it's thing is, I need it'll quickly to a point where I can't actually develop on it. I think as long as the base is good, then I can. Cause, I mean, right now the game's not much to look at, but if I can get it a little bit more presentable, then, and I actually add some new features, then I can get a bit more overboard on cramming in new features. Plus, you can feature sell your bug fixes as updates. Yeah. I don't know. I think there's I was thinking before that I was thinking it's time to do another Kickstarter campaign, but maybe I've actually been thinking like the ease with which you can get like funding directly through YouTube. It might make sense to just like not do a Kickstarter and then do the Kickstarter through YouTube. Like, just say like, hey, just give me money right now and I will make this thing happen. That's because if people are on here, they already have a YouTube account, and there seems to be more people who are familiar with like donating a super chat than there are people who are willing to bother, find their login information for Kickstarter or something. Do a terminal Linux MMORPG. Yeah, I mean, that's not impossible. It could be done. You could have thousands playing your terminal Linux block mining game all at once. I mean, you can dream. I think that'd be a pretty interesting idea. It would be, given the internal implementation. I mean, I was thinking about like if you wanted to scale something like this infinitely. So like, how could you support like 10 million concurrent users? A server infrastructure that could do that. I think having an internal game representation like this could make that happen. Because inherently the space of the game world is partitioned into blocks, so you could just have you could just specify in the distributed system that like a certain server is authoritative for a certain cubic region of the world. And then as you wander through the world, you just connect to different servers based on. I mean, you could even have like a DNS that's based on the coordinate. Let me think. This could be a really annoying bug to fix properly. I guess the core issue is not the it's not the relative order of which ones update. It's it's when the frame dimensions change. That's the main issue. Is that when an other slow frame updates, and it's updating the wrong region in the world. Or in the screen. I think it's time to take a break and eat a cookie. Streaming for 24 plus hours. I don't know, at the current rate. So currently we have 7 new channel members and the goal is 32. So looking at that, it's starting to look less likely that we would meet the goal within I don't know what the time is. It's got to be like it must be about at least 7 hours that I've been streaming at this point. So that'd be like about one member per hour. So that would put it at that rate. That would mean it would be 32 hours to get to the goal. Blame stream ending on a power outage. I mean, it could, but I don't know if it doesn't make me win anything. Oh, nice! We got a gifted membership. Gifted. Oh wow! Gifted 10. So that's okay. It lags. So thank you to Obsidian Coffee for 10 gifted memberships. Congratulations to Denny C, Filthy Pit Dog, Nicholas Bullis, Oil Fenty, Obsidian Coffin, Jeep Commander, Chris Rock, Judy Donk, Samuel Lopez Ferreira, Choco Arc, and D Tweeden Torun Charles D Tweet and Hollander. 10 people can now play the terminal block mining simulation game. Thank you. That's a huge contribution toward our goal. So we've just over doubled the number of new members. So we're over 50% now. So I don't know. I mean, a minute ago it didn't seem realistic, but it seems like it could be a realistic goal now. Lots of coffee. Take a few naps. Your sub average just went up. Are you troubleshooting some bugs tonight? Yeah, I'm. Well, I'm not sure if I'll actually get this one. I'm kind of just thinking through. There's an issue with. Well, I can show you the bug, but so if I go like that a bunch, there we go. You see that double border? How it's so this thing. What is happening is, so this thing rendered. So I think it's faster to render this frame, and this frame here is slower. So it got it received when it rendered itself, it had updated information. It had outdated information about the frame boundary. So it updated here, but then when it finally updated again with the correct frame boundary, because this one printed first, now this frame is not updated, and so I think I'm gonna have to have something like it doesn't make sense to send I think the actual the boundaries the boundaries of the frame are going to have to be centrally stored in the console writer thread, and they're going to have to be accessed via like a mutex or something, instead of sending it out to the individual threads via message passing. Yes, see what you're saying. Can you try it with one frame instead of 3? Let's see, does it happen? It wouldn't happen with one frame, because it only happens when there's multiple frames on the screen. I earned another cookie. $17 down, 15 to go. I do know something about writing Java, but never having done anything like this. I think Terminal doesn't understand what resizing means. So the terminal, when I drag the window, it sends an event. It's called this signal window change event, and I have a thread listener to listen to those events, and then it's up to me to resize this UI, because every part of this UI is written to the screen by my program. So all these special frame characters and stuff, it's all my code that writes this, and because of that, it's my bug. It's my code that's double writing that thing. And then I also have another bug. Looks like when I move this, the fact that the map is disappearing, that's not cool. I gotta figure out why that's happening. I don't know. Yeah, I think I have something to. I remember there's there is some code there to clear the screen. It must be like. I forget. I think that must be a bug that's specific to how the map area renders. Hey, how do you make a CPU? Oh, you're in luck, because I have a video about exactly that topic. If you just search for how to make a CPU, you'll find a video I made on that exact topic. That video brought me here. Yeah, that video is my most popular video. I'm glad I was able to teach 10 million people how to make a CPU. When you draw updates to terminal, do you only redraw what changes, or is it the whole screen? I know with some terminals, it can be very slow to redraw the whole screen. So this thing, it has so for each thread, the threads are pretty dumb, and they just send like right now for for the help menu, every time it redraws itself. Currently, it's not very smart, so it recalculates all the like justification and text width and stuff for every single paint. Or actually, I think that's not completely true, but when the actual act of like the console.print or like the system.out.print, I actually already do have a pretty intelligent layer that it checks to see what has been printed at a given coordinate, and it intelligently, if the character that empirically knows is printed at the location, if that hasn't changed, then it does not do a print. So for example, the like if I move is it broken? Okay, I don't know what happened there. Yeah, so when I move the cursor, the log characters in the center of the screen, those ones do not print. So it intelligently calculates like it's only the boundary here where the logs are. So it needs to print some like blank spaces there, and then it prints like one diagonal row of logs, and it's and it does that on a kind of like lower level thing. So it doesn't matter. All of everything around here, like the text here and the frames and stuff like that. So if the frame, so when I do escape, if the frame character there hasn't changed, then or actually it changed color there, so it would be print to that area there. But like for example, these frame characters here did not change. Actually, never mind. You can't see where I'm pointing, but yeah, these frame characters down here, those ones should not be printing. I'm pretty sure they do not print, and if they are reprinting, that's a bug. Yeah, if there's a color change, then it does it'll reprint that part. But it also looks like I have some other kind of bug. Yeah, so I'm doing tab. That should be moving, should be navigating between the frames, but it's not. Actually, I might have just, it's possible I just added that bug. Cancel. Because I just added, I thought like, yeah, this here change. I thought that maybe that could fix it, but nope. Let's see if I get rid of this. Will that fix that new bug I noticed? Okay, so the bug I saw was, so when I resize that, okay, that's good. That new bug was just something new I introduced. but I still have to figure out why the map disappears. Let's see. I'm out of tea. I think it's time to make some new tea. Let's seems to only happen when map uses a certain size. It did kind of, but then there was a couple cases where it seemed like it wasn't. There was something else that was causing that same bug in the past. But I'll take a break for a minute, get some tea, and then take a look at. See if we can figure out why that is. I think it has something to do with like you said, or I don't know if it was you or someone else said that writing to the terminal a lot is quite slow. Yeah, and that is absolutely true. So I had to make a lot of optimizations that try and not write as much. And when those optimizations don't work correctly, when it tries to do like incremental updates to the screen, the bugs are like incredibly difficult to debug. Because it only writes like partially correct things because it's trying to incrementally update the screen. But when it doesn't do that correctly, it's really, really hard to figure out what's going on. Anyway, be right back. Is the brain more like CPU? If so, where is the soul? That's a good question. I would say a brain is not at all like a CPU. In terms of like the physical mechanism, the way the switching of individual transistor features is not at all like the way a neuron in the brain works. But you can use lots of transistors to simulate a neuron. In the memory, I guess there's I don't know. We're having a lot of these philosophical debates now. Now that AI and large language models are starting to get smart enough. They're getting spookily intelligent. Don't let me forget I have tea cooking. Cloud Senate is taking over the world of programming. Yeah, a few people have mentioned that today. I haven't tried it yet. I've tried some of the large language model programming things. To me, they're only interesting and useful when you could run them against like an existing programming database. I don't like how much AI lies to me. It makes me sad. Yeah, it does lie a lot. You have tea, go get some new subs will magically appear. Let's see. Yeah, I might as well check on it. It's probably almost done. So true. I can't wait for more reactions from AI. Yeah, the honestly, like in terms of what I've seen so far, I haven't seen anything that's actually other than the kind of like autocomplete for assigning members and stuff. I haven't seen a lot of AI stuff that I would actually use in my code, but the cutting edge is changing all the time, and I could really one of the things I've been forcing myself to experiment with is IntelliJ. Back when I last used an IDE, I was using Eclipse. Do people use Eclipse anymore? Is it like IntelliJ? Has that replaced Eclipse entirely? Does IntelliJ have any AI features in it? Why is your channel picture so evil looking? Actually, I had planned to start doing some more like kind of like jokingly evil content, some like kind of themed with the Linux guy, and then I just got busy with other videos, so I guess I was kind of I was going to start my villain arc, but then I just been so busy with other videos, but I'll probably keep it that way. No, I guess I think it's I think people shouldn't like take any of the videos too seriously. So I think having like the evil looking picture makes them be like, maybe maybe I should question this. I have a bunch of ideas for just like interesting shorts and stuff, but this week I'm trying to get out another long form video, kind of similar to the last 1 hour long one that I did, about some just some more kind of broad societal stuff about AI or about programming. Okay, let me just make sure I turned off the stove. Mr. Robot was a good series. I think that's the one. I think I've seen clips of that on YouTube. I've never actually watched the show though. I have never had a Netflix account. What's the latest news on your rental court saga? Assuming you want to talk about it. So the latest news was, depending on when you're updated. So originally my N13 merits eviction hearing was going to be on February 19th, I think it was, and that got canceled, and it got pulled into a much earlier January 27th hearing. There was a case management hearing, and that was a hearing to discuss whether it makes sense to combine the cases, my case with all the other cases, because there's like 61 eviction notices that have been issued in this building alone. And so I think they concluded they will combine cases, but they have not yet specified a date. And they said when they do schedule it, the next hearing will not be scheduled. It will not be before March 31st. And the second constraint is, I think they have to give you at least 30 days notice to schedule it. So that would push it out to like, it would be at least a month from now, if the earliest it possibly could be. But there's a bunch of other people who have schedules they have to match with, so it might even be like, May or maybe even June. That'd be awesome if like the next hearing is not even until like summer, because that way I can just continue living here until then, and so that just pushes it off into the future. Does that work in your favor? Because they can't kick you out until then. I would say good. It's good. It like there's no. Yeah, I mean I think I can't really think of how it works against me, because in the meantime I could just continue to live here. And I mean it's the first round. I guess actually, I think it was April. It was, so at this point it's been almost a year ago since I actually got the first rent eviction notice. So I've survived here that long. I mean, mentally, if I'm here all the time, it's fine. But the issue is like, it's not a sustainable way to live, because like if I go away somewhere, I don't really want to leave my apartment alone or something when this thing is up in the air, because I don't know if they might come in and like assume that I abandoned the place and throw out all my stuff or something, or let's see. I hope it all works out for you and the other tenants. I'm from Australia. No idea how the YouTube algorithm put me onto your channel, but I wish you the best. Thank you for the kind words. I'm sure I'll be fine. The last couple of videos have done very well on my channel, and that I mean YouTube is actually bringing in a meaningful amount of money now. So if you didn't check my last couple updates, I think it's the second to last video. I disclosed my revenue, how much money I made in December, and also for January. So there was like 7,000, and then I think 5,000 the month after that. So I paid off all the credit card debt, paid off the got a brand new set of teeth. Teeth are all completely fixed. Rent is paid. There's enough money in the bank for rent for next month. There's not much more than that. I had a little bit of extra money, and I actually decided to buy a second camera, so that way I can produce more videos. So that I have if one thing of my tech stack fails, then I have a backup cord, a backup microphone. But I can also set up both of them, so I can switch between live streaming and the video setup. Because before, when I was doing live streaming, I would have to reset up the entire text setup like every single week, and that was it takes longer than you would think to set up this setup. It's so many things to move around and plug in and cables, and then I got to reset OBS and you aren't close to Mr. Beast yet. Have you thought about doing Linux-themed game shows to get your Mr. Beast level view counts and revenue? Yeah, I could do some ridiculous. That's the thing I like about YouTube as opposed to a 9 to 5 is like it's limited by your creativity. I could just do any random interesting nonsense thing, and if people will watch it, then it gets the views, then the sky is the limit. The last few months have just been about catching up, but moving forward, I will actually be able to bank a little bit of savings to give me a cushion. Let's see. To fix this map thing, normally what I'd do is I would just tail the log, and maybe just filter for put like a debug statement in here, and then see. I think it's one of these functions that's just not being called. Looking up Java race conditions, a subject which I have no experience in. Came across concurrent hash map as a solution to making your code thread safe. I think I have a concurrent hash map somewhere. The way I tried to structure things is to make it. That's actually why I have so many different threads in this thing. So what I tried to, as much as possible, distill all the concurrency into like a message passing system. So the thread basically has its own state, and it just like churns away at like doing whatever it's supposed to do, and it has a message queue. So it just reads from the message queue, and the way you send information to stuff is you take a piece of data, like make the copy of the data, and then send it to the appropriate thread, and that way the threads don't communicate directly as much as possible. And so when they don't communicate directly, then you don't even have to think about concurrency. Why do they let usernames be up to 50 characters? Says, what's your favorite pizza topping? I like pepperoni pizza is pretty good. That's an interesting username that you have, and it even contains question marks in spaces. Render. Okay. I think there's a clear method in here somewhere, and that's probably getting called at some point. Reminds me of a good read. Falsehoods programmers believe about names. Yeah, I think that's a famous Hacker News article. Patio 11, I think, was his name. Are you interested in consulting for VMware? Promox migrations? It seems to be a massive market that has just been created by Broadcom's licensing. That's outside of my domain of expertise. Consulting for VMware. I've never used I guess I think I have used a VMware player like they just run a simple image or something, like to install Linux in a VM or something. But Proxmox migrations, I'm not familiar with that at all. VMware pisses me off because I don't know how to install their software. I haven't needed to ever use anything other than VMware Player, like the just free version, in quite a while. But I know they're in the enterprise domain. They're like giants in terms of virtualization and emulation. Have you tried finding the download link for VMware Fusion? It's rage-inducing. I haven't even needed to use it in quite a few years now. I don't even. Usually I've just used VirtualBox, but I haven't needed VM for anything in quite a while. VMware just massively increased the price of their licenses and lost 30% of their customers. I suspect the remaining would be interested in a FOSS option like Proxmox or similar. I actually have not heard of Proxmox before. I remember, I know, like Oracle's kind of a very litigious company, and I was looking for like an open source VirtualBox or something. And there was, what was it? I forget what it was called, but it was like a Linux open source virtualization thing. But I couldn't figure out how to use it. Like I couldn't figure out how to just create a like a basic boot drive, and they wanted you to like specify the entire virtual machine specification from scratch, like an XML file, and I just said, this is too much work. I can't figure this out. and that was a few versions of Ubuntu ago. Actually, it's probably like, I don't know, 2017 or something I last tried this. That's how I feel about QEMU. QEMU I've known about for a long time, but I've never had a necessity to use it. From what I understand, QEMU can do like full emulation, whereas VirtualBox is just it's almost like a fancy like process. It doesn't really give you any kind of strong, well, it does give you pretty good isolation for the system, but it's almost like running another process in your system. And so if you want to run a machine, you have to, the host machine architecture has to match the virtual machine architecture because it doesn't translate instructions. Are you a coffee or a tea enjoyer or both? I would say both. Right now I have a tea. I'll maybe save coffee for like. I'm over halfway, which is good, but things could, like, it's possible I still might not even meet the goal, because that the 10 gifted, that was pretty huge, but if I continue to get like one new channel member every hour and a half for the next 15, that would put it at like almost another 20 hours. Clear frame. Okay. Do I have this? That's what I thought. You have to have a positive abundance mindset and the law of attraction to manifest your 32 subs. Yeah. Positive abundance mindset. I guess I know what a positive mindset is, but I guess I have to just assume that there is abundance. What if there's not? What if we're about to go into a Great Depression right now? Gonna use that to manifest a girlfriend and a nice steak dinner. Steak dinner is pretty easy to manifest. What are you doing on the screen? Currently, I am thinking about the cause of a bug in my program, in this block mining simulation game program. So there's cases where the map area doesn't update, or like removes the screen. So I'm tiredly reviewing my code to think about what might be the cause to that. In the Great Depression, 80% of people still had jobs. Interesting. I admire your persistence, man. Well, I don't know. What is my current time? The real streamers, they stream like 12 hours a day every single day. How much does XQC stream? He streams like, 12 hours a day every single day. Wouldn't that be a driver issue? For my game, like for this terminal, the map updating it's fully in my control of it's part of my code for sure. Thank you for the pitch for my memberships to Enterprising Linux. Crazy, probably going to be something small. Yeah, I think there's I think I have some code in there to like clear it and stuff. Isn't XQC a serial murderer though? I don't think so. You're at 10 hours. Hopefully you got some memberships since I left. Yeah, the total number is on the side there. New members 17. You have a really good vibe for streaming. Super chill. Yeah, lots of people say that, so that's a good thing. Someone's got to get some chilling going on. Well, thanks. I appreciate you doing it on my behalf. Let's see, what was I doing? What do you think of getting Bitcoin on Coinbase? I do not think anything at all about Bitcoin. So odd, the message about XQC by B does not show in my chat. I don't know. You said the message doesn't show, but how did you know that the message was there? Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, that makes sense. I guess it probably the keywords made it get moderated. Yeah, I guess it is. I mean, it is a concern because I don't know. Someone could come in and like spam, I don't know, some really awful stuff that would be like links to something extremely inappropriate, or and especially if it's yeah, I've never actually had, like, people have, mentioned inappropriate things. I've never had a stream get flagged before, so that's good. Hopefully that does not happen in the future. Careful, if you say too many bad words, you'll end up on the naughty list. News Hub, I wish would have film making an operating system like over 10 years, 15 years ago. Giving you support on this, I spent months. Then after all that, I had to make it small to be installable. A new sub, I wish. I guess you're saying that you made an operating system 10 to 15 years ago? Don't say too many bad words. Google will shadow ban my chat or my stream, or it'll use AI to be like, oh, I'll send more people who like to talk about these subjects. So what was the result of the test? Did it censor it for? Did it censor any more chats? Robert Elder Software recommended convicted murderers thanks to Google. Don't talk about using the kill signal. I have a video on the kill command, and interestingly, I think that video did it didn't ever get like banned or anything, but I think it actually did get suppressed. Because I think it's a pretty good video, but it doesn't have quite as many views as like a one from a more simple command. Or the cut command. I've heard live stream chats that are more active get a boost in the MIT algorithm. I guess it might also be, maybe it's related to how many times you've been like moderated or something. There was a guy who wrote the Riser essay who sent the kill command to his dev wife and is now CH rooted in jail. That's sucks to be him, I guess. I would advise you to become a member to regain free speech for a small price or just $1. I don't know. I guess I can't guarantee. If you become a member, and it's like auto moderating you, then I don't know if that changes the YouTube algorithm. I didn't see your last message about free speech. Auto deletion is suspicious. Free speech is a censored phrase. Yeah, I'm not sure how the algorithm works. It's probably based on a bunch of factors. Some of it's maybe, from my perspective, I've noticed that some people who they don't necessarily say bad things, but they'll say they'll post 6 things at once. So they'll be like, "Hi, how are you? What are you doing?" And then there's 8 chats where it's just that person. And I think sometimes people like that, you kind of have to moderate them because they're just posting too fast. So maybe it could be something maybe you got moderated at one point because you posted too many things too fast. I'm not saying you're doing that here, but in some other chat, and then the algorithm is just oh, okay, we have to moderate some of these things. So, but who knows how it works? There's in the comment section, there's a moderated comments, and some of the ones that I'd say a lot of them are some people post just a single swear word or something, and those ones often usually get moderated. But then there's other ones that are just completely normal, it's just there's nothing wrong with what they're saying at all, but for some reason it gets there. It gets into the auto-moderated comment section. And then I guess I haven't really even thought about going in and manually, there's so many comments on my videos now that I don't have time to moderate which ones are good and bad. So some of them we just get stuck there forever. I've been on 3 streams in my life. Oh, okay. I don't know. 99% of my chatting has been today in this chat. Well, then I already had something censored. I guess maybe it's also I don't really I don't have mods or something. I just try to moderate chat myself, and sometimes people do get in a few bad chats before I ban them. So maybe Google's being extra aggressive. Yeah, I think I changed it to live chat. Yeah, top chat I think is the moderated one. Yeah, top chat. I didn't even know that myself, and all these people are getting moderated, and I didn't even know it. Okay, what was I looking for? Making some rice right now and can't wait to eat it. That's a good state to be in, to be about to eat food. This stream is going to be long. Yeah, it's I don't know how it's going to end up. I was kind of thinking I might not meet the goal because I was at 7 new members, but then someone did 10 gifted, which basically doubled where I was. So now we've only got 15 left to go, but that's still, my rate so far before that was like, it was like 1.5 hours per new member. And at that rate, that would still mean another like 20 hours. If you aren't familiar with VMware, what areas would you say are your bread and butter for consulting? That's a good question. I would say like I knew early on, like, to establish a brand, you have to have like a focus. So in basically every company I worked at, I built some sort of like dashboard or a visualization, like graphing charts and stuff like that. So when I started my consulting business, I decided I was going to say that's my bread and butter, is like dashboards, visualizations, all that kind of stuff. And I found when I would try to communicate that, people just like didn't really get it. But even though like in some of the consulting stuff I did, when I actually went there to work on their product, what they actually wanted was basically visualizations or dashboards or something. So I found it was just like it was a communication problem, but also a lot of the stuff that the companies wanted was not any specific specialty. It was just like a random, you'd be like, hey, we need you to fix this one bug. Like one example was the company brought me into, the premise was, the thesis statement was reduce the amount of data that we're using because we're spending too much on data usage for this thing over this mobile network. And so they were like, oh, we need this like sophisticated compression algorithm or something. They were like, oh, we just need getting the data size lower. But to actually realize that required like writing, updating Python scripts to like talk to these remote modules, fix fixed a series of bugs because like some of the data, they weren't actually sending back all the right data, and some of the fields were swapped. So like they were sending back incorrect values and stuff. So it was like fixing bugs, talking to people on other teams because like they were supposed to be sending back data that they weren't. So we had to like figure out that for the first time. And then there's, it's just like random stuff. And it pretty soon it became clear there was no specific, having a specific bread and butter focus and marketing that was not a successful strategy, because what companies needed was random, but also they didn't even know what they needed. They would tell me one thing, and you get in a look at the product, and you're like, another example is they would say like, our product, we need you to update this thing to like move this data around in Microsoft Azure storage, but actually they were using Amazon S3, and they didn't know that they were still using Amazon S3. They thought they had got rid of all the code. Quick question for everyone with programming skills. What is this code about right now, and what is the language? This is Java, and this is the block mining simulation game. Trying to do some debugging. I've seen SRE and DevOps roles where they wanted new or support for existing dashboards. It's if a company knows what they want, it's good. But I find very often like a company will ask for something, and you get in there, and you find that they need something totally different. Write once, debug everywhere. Verbose Java is being verbosely. Let's see, what was I thinking about? I think this must have something to do with like something getting like uninitialized. When is this terminal block game going to be rewritten in Rust? I would say never. I don't know. I haven't programmed in Rust, but I don't see the appeal that much. From what I understand, the syntax is getting kind of out of hand with Rust. And I think wasn't it Mozilla was putting in a bunch of money into like kind of funding development, but then their money ran out, so they're not doing that as much anymore. It is I, the 11-year-old gun lover. I don't know what to say to that. Do you partake in any outdoor activities such as camping or fishing? I do not. I've only been camping one time, and that was with some friends in the US. I went out to visit. I tried to lean away. Are the chewing noises loud? I tried to lean away from the microphone so it's not as bad. Do y'all feel nude speed in this day are fast enough to make virtual programming feel like it's downloaded to your device? So to ask, would download still be better than virtual? What do you all think? So to ask download, I don't understand the question. How AI module works. I don't know, it depends what AI module. Do you mean like back propagation networks or large language models or principal components analysis? How is AI Babby formed? That is a good question. Alright, I'm starting to space out. There must be something I can maybe uncomment here. Thanks, I have the best questions, DM. It's all done with nodes. That's true. You just add more nodes to the cluster and it'll be all figured out. Okay, we got that function. Can you mine crypto in this game? You cannot. I couldn't code effectively while reading chat and being watched on top. Yeah, it is. It's definitely not the most productive coding environment. I guess I'm not really coding too much. I'm just trying to debug stuff and thinking in the back of my mind how to do it later. Oh, we got a super chat. Super impressive. You're still at it. Best of luck with your goal. Thank you very much to Emmerich Kaiser for the $10. So we're at $48 in chat revenue. I didn't expect to get any chat revenue for this one. Oh yeah, I missed some chats. You couldn't play the game while mining crypto? Can you consistently repo the bug? Yes, kind of. I haven't 100% figured out, isolated the trigger. Does this count as 10 memberships? No, I'm going by the new members, the new members number that's under the on the side of the screen where it says 17. Gambling while gaming. Now this is one of the cases. Usually I don't use debuggers, but this is one case where it would be really nice to have a debugger. I need to figure out how to get the I guess presumably IntelliJ has a debugger. I haven't figured out how to get how to actually like run the program from IntelliJ. I think it's something I got to figure out with the POM files. I can if I click like run on it, yeah, I don't have a run. I can build the project. Let's see. Introducing new bugs, job security. Crypto is high risk. Gambling on collectibles. Roger, I think it's time you get some sleep. Roger, who's Roger? W2 Emirate. Add configuration Java application. Oh, I think I've done this before. There's no better debugger than print statements. That's true. No debugger with Java. It's very Stone Age. There are a few cases where I really need it, but yeah, I'm gonna have to think about this because I have right now it's just basically just a script, and it's like I can run it. I can do different. What's how about that? Okay. Maybe I can do this. How many members? There's a counter on the left-hand side under where it says new members. So we're currently at 17. I wonder. That might not work, but. Let's go. Let's do that. What does this do? Uh-oh. Oh, we got a new channel member. Welcome, Emirates Kaiser, to the member tier. So we're currently at 18 new members. So we got 14 to go. And you're the same Emirates who also gave the $10 donation. Yeah, thanks for that add configuration. I think that's I may not get this figured out tonight, but I think that's a breakthrough in my who's that oh yeah, Chengless. Application, then you mentioned the main class file. So it only build your app, clean package. Do I want to work for BMO IT team? No thanks. Like the Bank of Montreal, I assume. Actually, you are running. You are debugging the build process, I believe you. There's another thing, add configuration. Man, streaming is actually this is actually, it's kind of an OP way to like build stuff, because it's actually awesome to have like, you know, an internet full of people who already know how to do this, who could be like, nope, that's wrong. It's like you can get like, it's basically like pair programming, except you have 30 people watching you program. Okay, what am I doing? I need to go edit configurations. And let me read. You're debugging the build process, I believe here. Yeah, I wasn't sure. I don't know if I PL. I don't know if this is should be all there. It's also a Spring Boot thing, so I gotta like do this Spring Boot repackage. And the other thing you said was I gotta set the main class. And for this, I think the main class, it's somewhere in like Spring. And configuration, choose application. So I chose Maven, and you said application. So let's try that as well. Module, oh, okay. Module not specified. Let's do that. Single player client, main class. Okay. Okay. Single player block client. Program arguments. Oh, okay. I guess I can do nothing. Working directory. Environment variables. Oh, okay. Run that. Oh boy, I'm excited. bug icon. Okay. Let's do like a come clean and stuff. Still getting used to this. See, there, like I clean everything. And let's just do this. Run. I wonder what this looks like. It's not doing anything. I don't know if it's maybe because it's trying to like do terminal stuff, but it can't. This is not designed for it. How does one become a channel member? So I think you can. There's a join button on the channel, and there's also, I think in the chat, like there's like down near this your chat window, there's that little like $sign thing, and I think in there. Oh yeah, and I think on mobile you can't see it or something. Top right corner. Bug icon between return and stop button. Modify the configuration and provide the arguments that's there in the launch script that you showed before. So let's see. Would those be these arguments? So there are some. So these other ones, like the program arguments. So like the log file and the block world file, those are actually optional. So if I don't specify those, it'll just pick a default. I guess if you don't specify the log file, then it just doesn't log. And if you don't specify this one, it just does the current directory. But so those don't have to be included. But I'm not sure. Maybe I should specify all of this, or maybe I don't know if you mean the Maven arguments. Let's see. I wonder where. It kind of looks like it's blocking on something, but I don't know what if it's doing something. Modify a configuration and provide the arguments that's there in the launch script that you showed before. Does it write anything to the log file? If I don't specify a log file, it doesn't write anything. Actually, this is a good point. I just I just edit the configuration. Let's stop. And then let's do the following thing. Control-V, put that in. Temp. Foo test 1, 2, 3. Apply. Okay. Oh, we have a new channel member, DB. Welcome to the member tier, our newest member. So we're currently at 19. So we're slowly getting there. That means 13 new members. I was thinking before, it's not, it wasn't looking good, but we might still pull it off. The worst part is if I successfully do 32, that means I have to do 64 next. DB, you now have a license to play the Linux terminal block mining game. That's true. That's an interesting error. You must do 64. That's a lot, though. I don't know, the amount of times are getting pretty crazy. Here we go. Oh, I see. I see what's going on. It is I think it's what it's trying to do is it's blocking probably on so what it tries to do is it prints to measure the width of characters. It empirically measures the width, so it prints a character to the screen. If it's never printed that character before, it prints it to the screen. It then empirically measures the cursor position update, and to do that, you output an ANSI escape sequence. And if you don't get the same, if you don't get a response, it'll block forever. And that's, I think, what is happening, because it says it's issuing a request, and it does not get anything. So that is probably what's going on. Although yeah, it's weird. It's weird. Yeah, I think this is yeah. Thank you very much for that. That was, I think, a pretty big. That was a pretty big breakthrough. I spent like a couple hours actually trying to like Google for like how to do exactly what you just told me how to do, and I couldn't find it out. I actually thought I must need to like add something to the Maven file, and I'd have to like refactor my run scripts and stuff. But this is great because it means I can just keep developing. I don't have to like make my build script like, you know, generic in some weird way. And this is the JavaScript after the JavaScript. Then create a remote debugger configuration. And run the Java app in the terminal. And run the app in the terminal. This was the app runs on the terminal. Well, I'm just spacing out and thinking, rereading what you said. You can debug it with a remote debugger. You need to modify the above as suspend equals y. This indicates the app should when you say add this to the JavaScript, is that a script that's in IntelliJ, or do you mean my personal run script? And then when you say add this, I don't know what specifically you mean by this. Then create a remote debugger configuration. Your script. So in my script I add what exactly? Okay. Interested for Google Meet? No, I think that's let me that down. Okay, you ordered the same thing twice. Yeah, IntelliJ terminal. It's interesting because there was another time. Well, actually, I think I went into. Where is it? I went into. Yeah, I went into this terminal, and in this terminal, I can run it from here, and it works. Actually, I can do that right now. Actually, it has like it doesn't get stuck, but it does have some like render issues, which I'm not sure. I think it has to do with like white space, and like there's some like broken characters or something. But okay. And that's probably a comma. Oh yeah, here's the game. So it has it does work in the IntelliJ console, but it has, if I move around, you can see some weird, not quite sure. I think something to do with the width of those characters, but it basically, yeah, I mean, it's kind of impressive, to be honest, that it even works at all. I'll have to look into why these weird null characters, but Let's see. This won't connect to IntelliJ debugger unless you mention the JDWB in the script. I just gotta Google about this a bit. Let's see. I think it's in. How many members up to now? It says it's over here on the just on the other side of my mouse cursor. So we're up to 19. So it's we're within reach. It's only 13 away. I'm not sure if that's the exact parameter order, but we'll find out. And then I think I gotta. I think this is the same. Okay, let's just run this. Just to make sure that the jar is built. And then I think you said edit configurations and add remote JVM debug, I think. All right. All right. Breakpoint somewhere in the letter. So I can breakpoint this code. Huh. Because I ran it externally. See the red dot that appears when you move the post? Okay. Yeah, I would have thought. Because it was. I compiled it. I compiled this jar outside of IntelliJ, but I guess it. When it connected remotely, did it like pull this source out of the jar through the through the connection to the remote debugging session? So I guess if there's a mismatch in the code versions, then the IntelliJ debugger source and the remote debugger session class files are in sync. Okay, well let's do some stuff. which method do I need to breakpoint on? Oh, neato. That's pretty cool. Thank you very much for the assistance, Chengless. I'll have to go back and review just to make sure I really understand how it's working. I still don't completely understand. I guess it seems like that right now there's an opportunity for the source to get out of sync with the jar. Oh, Cheng. Oh, it is. Oh, it's an eye. Sorry, my I'm supposed to wear glasses, but I don't. Chengiz. Oh, I missed the chat. Well, here's the future. I was an early alpha tester of Minecraft for Marcus Person. And look where that went. I'll stick around. Yeah, we can only hope. And then I can sell this to Minecraft or to Microsoft for $2 billion, and then they'll turn it into a pile of crap. Yeah, I think that's great. That saved me a lot of time of like debugging for how to do something where I don't even know like how to ask the question. Send 10% to me when you sell. I don't know, 10%. That's a lot. Okay, let's step. So it's it cleared. Okay. Hey man, I just work for the government now. I ask that you pay taxes. Yeah, I was trying. Well, trying to pay my taxes. I tried to file my T4 recently, and the government their website was broken for ages. But I just kept filing, kept trying. Eventually, I was able to successfully file my T4. Let's see. Where are... Okay. Step into, step over, step out, step over. Yeah, lack of developers. I thought they actually just hired a whole bunch of people. They had like historic hiring, but their stuff was totally broken. When I went to log in the first time, it was so broken in so many different ways, just like random internal server errors and stuff. I've never seen the tax portal so broken before. All right, bye for now. Take care. All the best. Thank you very much. That was extremely helpful, and especially figuring out that run configuration thing. That was driving me nuts. Anyway, take care. Have a good night. Someone said my chewing is loud, so I'll have to sample that. It appears you are still live streaming. Yes, indeed. The goal is close enough that it seemed inappropriate to stop now. Hopefully it's not killing your sleep, etc. Currently, it is here. It is 10:21. Oh wow. 5 gifted 10 memberships. Congratulations to Next Gen Games, to Sam, to Tyndall, Saul Plays, Meadow, Blue, Danny, Captain Ool, Android, Not Man, Like Our Lord X, and Evander C. It's crazy. It's 10:20 when it's here. Let's go. That was really kind. Yes, it was. Thank you very much to 5. That puts things dramatically. The goal is basically almost immediately here. Have you ever worked with state, province, or local government clients in the past? Do you have insights on how to improve delivery of public services? I have not. Personally, in my opinion, I think it's like hell of a gift. Yeah, that's. I think when you gift memberships, I didn't realize this before, but when you gift memberships, it only allows you to gift memberships that are like at the $4 tier. And you can't gift the student memberships, so they're the more expensive ones. I'm reading Jennifer Pelika's Recording America book about the challenges with efforts to modernize government. The topic it's on my mind a lot recently. My opinion is like, if you want something, it's kind of like a high school club. Like you, the only way, like everyone knows, if you can get a lucrative government contract, it's a good way to make money. I was never able to get remotely close to that kind of network of people. I think the only really way, it actually does not involve, like there's really, if you think about a business that delivers like software consulting services, I have software development skills, and in my opinion, like based on what I've learned about the world, and like, the small amount of interactions I've had with these kind of people, my skill set is completely not the right skill set to obtain these contracts. You have to be like a salesperson, and it's a full-time, like being more qualified at delivering the service makes you less qualified at actually getting the contract, because you have to like, it's like, friend networks, and like knowing if you went to high school with the person in government and you're like totally unqualified to do the work, you have a way better chance of getting the work and getting the contract. And I also think it's worth saying that it's not necessarily like corruption is of course a problem, but it's not like, I'd say it's more about like being a known evil as opposed to an unknown evil. So if you're just like a random person, like especially with like so much fraud and stuff now, like if you don't have a very long-term established relationship, I think it's really difficult to break into those kinds of things. So I would say, like, instead of like learning how to deliver your service well, go to social events where the people who work in government are, and just get to know them and talk to them and develop a relationship. And if you can deliver the service at all, I think that's the way you break into that market. That's my perception as someone who has never, successfully made those kinds of deals before. Someone says, "I am back." How's it going? We're very close to the goal now. If you are more into IT and less software, I recommend Field Nation. Still really good. If you have technical skills, some of the jobs have server software skills needed. Watched a few videos. I think he wants to stay independent, sole proprietor. Yeah, that's the goal, is to succeed through the independent entrepreneurial route. And I mean, the YouTube stuff is it's picking up a little bit. There seems to be demand for that, and there is a little bit of interest in my crazy terminal block mining simulation game. So we're gonna move forward with that. It's a contracting platform, really good for independent contractors to pick up a few contracts out there. Field Nation. Yeah, I'd looked into some things like freelancer.com and stuff back in the day, and the review, like, I have no idea what Field Nation is like, but at least Freelancer, I just saw like lots of negative stories. People had both the people who went on there to hire clients and people who acted as clients had bad experiences. I think doing a day job in software dev will help you out quite a bit. I've already done that. I've done that at a bunch of different companies. Just not sure if it's US or Canada. Main issue. Yeah, I mean, IT is not quite my thing at all. Best way of getting going is word of mouth. Once you get momentum going, which is happening now. Yeah, I mean, at least in terms of like YouTube marketing. But back when I was consulting, I found like getting a statistically significant number of contracts going that were good. Like one bad contract can waste a lot of time, and it's not like you have like a huge one software development project could take up like most of your time for a few months. And if they don't pay